This is a 5-minute warning to the start of your market heifer show. 5-minute warning to market heifers. Following market heifers, we will be looking for 2 classes of market steers. Following that, we'll be doing our breeding heifers in alphabetical order. It's 9 a.m. here on a beautiful morning in Ancaster. Let's go ahead and get some market heifers in. We're going to start with our market heifer class here. We're looking for 4 entries in this class. 5 entries in this class. We're going to follow this with 2 splits of market steers and then into our breeding cattle. So let's go ahead and bring in those market cattle, smallest to largest.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Eric Rinker at the Junior Show here in Ancaster, Ontario. We've got a class of market heifers right now. I have Paul Stafford at my side, Paul Rash Stafford, and he's glad to be here, and he's going to give some compliments to the young exhibitors, and we're going to talk about the cattle as we see them come in the ring here right now. We've got about 5 heifers in this class right now. We've got a black heifer here at the far end. Entry number. Polly, do your job.
I'm on it.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Number 8.
Who is that? Who owns her?
Olivia Avery.
Olivia Avery is the first heifer. The second heifer is 13.
Kayla Campbell.
Kayla Campbell.
Oh, she's 09.
Okay. Kayla Campbell's 09, the first heifer. The second heifer is Madison Page. I like your green. We've got a leprechaun here that's giving us some false information every once in a while. Now we've got number 11 out in the ring, and it's got a little black Bronco-headed heifer, beautiful little heifer calf. That's Madison Hamill. And the last heifer here, the fourth heifer that's standing here, Ashlyn Tellier. We've got a Charolais heifer standing in the corner. She doesn't like to be with the other cattle at this point in time, but she'll get used to it. And that's Olivia Avery. So these heifers ranged in weight from 838 to 1,067. Pretty nice class of heifers. What do you think, Paulie? Who's going to win this class?
Well, Eric, I've been your secretary all morning, so I haven't had a lot of time to actually analyze these heifers. But this baldy heifer coming along here, the third one, looks pretty nice to me, and maybe that heifer right in behind her is a little bit of a challenge for her. So the last two are maybe my picks. Kind of like this solid black one coming through now that we get a good look at her. That's the heaviest heifer in the class at 1067. With these market heifers, I'm guessing they're going to be showing at just regional shows through or the fall fairs this year, right? What do you think about the reduction in steer shows in the fall fairs? And any way we can improve that to get more sales going for these young 4-H kids?
Yeah, Paulie, I mean, the steer show has always been the livelihood of shows. When you think about what a steer show represents, it's kind of a window to where the industry is wanting to go to, hopefully a happy medium between what purebreds really like and what the commercial man really likes. And it's hard to get these shows going without extreme amount of sponsorship money coming from the outside at this point in time. It seems like right now that the heifer programs have really taken off over the last few years, and we've seen a big swing from steers to heifers because the young boys and girls can go ahead and retain those cattle, put them back in their different programs, and it's worked out really, really well. Heifer programs, I mean, when we get to a show like Toronto, there'll be as many as 250 to 300 heifers there at that show pretty easily. And it gets pretty fast, pretty tough. And the kids that come out there are really, really keen. And just like we see in this class here right now, we've got some really, really nice show people out here in the ring right now, Paulie. But I think that we're going to see the heifer shows go stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, the steer show is probably going to go back to more county, local levels. There you are, Paulie.
Yeah, so our judge picked the baldy heifer here first. So Madison Hamill wins that class, and in second, Ashlyn Tellier. We really like both of those females. We'll continue our steer conversation, Eric, after we hear some comments from our judge.
Sounds good.
Well, good morning, folks. Got a beautiful Sunday here and a great set of cattle to start things off with. I think a set of heifers that I was really impressed with. I thought it was a close decision as we studied the cattle, particularly up top. I think compositionally the heifer that wins is a little leaner than the heifer that ends up in second. She's probably given up some muscle mass, but I really think the reason I like her is just because of her structure. I read her to be just a little bit more comfortable in terms of her rear pasture. I think that heifer is a female there that we studied, just balancing up a little nicer there from the side. I think she operates out of her front end with a little bit more reach and range of motion. As I studied her stand still, I think there's more curvature built into her forearm and knee here from the side. Now we could stretch her out up front. She's a little shorter just about her head and neck. We maybe could see that changed a little bit, but that heifer's got plenty of muscle, and from a balance and structure standpoint, I thought she was the upgrade. Heifer that ends up here in second is just a tank. When we get behind the cattle, that's my favorite shot of that female, because that's where she shows off that extra expansion that she's got to her rib cage. She's really massive down her top and got a tremendous amount of muscle volume as we study her through her quarter and stifle. But like many cattle that push the envelope in terms of power, she ties up a little bit in terms of her structure, gets a little bit more limited in the use out of her hock, maybe a little shorter stepping out of her front end. Young lady's heifer on the far end there is going to be third, and this one might be my favorite from the profile. She's the longest neck, the most extended, really clean and fresh in terms of her image out here from the side, and she's got some expression of muscle we get behind the cattle. Not as much volume because she's not as wide made, but she does have plenty of expression. Obviously just not wanting to cooperate today. In a perfect world, we'd make her just a little leveler out of her hip and maybe bulk her up in terms of just a rib shape and muscle to compete with the cattle in front of her. Young lady's heifer that comes next really got a tremendous amount of muscle mass. This one's awfully good from behind. She's big and square in her pin set. She's muscular through her quarter. It's the same story as I study her down her top line as well. And that heifer's still pretty long and extended up through her front end. I just wish she had more body. I read her to be a little harsh in terms of her heart and her flank. I think if we pulled her down a little deeper in her midrib, she'd balance up a little better, and that just makes me a little apprehensive of that heifer in terms of her feeding ability. We complete the class with a female that does have more depth of rib. She's certainly got more sweep back to her flank. I appreciate the fact that this is one that's got just a little bit more condition on her and probably looks a little more practical in her regard as well. She's got a bad habit of wanting to kick up in her top line, gets a little tight in her spine. A heifer that's a little plainer up through her front end and gives up some muscle mass when we study the cattle from behind.
Leading off that class of market heifers is ring number 11, Madison Hamill. In second, ring number 12, Ashley Tellier. In third, ring number 8, Olivia Avery. In fourth, ring number 13, Paige Lougheed. And in fifth, ring number 9, Kayla Campbell. We'll see ring number 11 and ring number 12 return for the champion market animal class. Now entering the ring, we have heat number 1 of our steers.
So leading off in this class of steers, market steers, is entry number 24, Owen Hurley. Lot number 18 is a black Baltic steer, Allie Campbell. Lot 22, Tori Cutting. 21, Bryden Coulter. And 25 is a second Owen Hurley heifer or steer. Nice class of calves. Really, really nice. One really, really good one out here. I hope you found them, Polly.
No, I didn't find them yet, Rank, because I haven't seen them out moving, but I really like this yellow calf here in the center, and I like that first black calf that's at the top, but I'll do a little more examining. I like to see them for a while before I make my mind up.
Examining? What are you talking about, examining? It's bird's eye view, bud. Bird's eye view. A really nice little black calf, and the yellow calf is pretty good. Black steer here at the end is another very nice, attractive calf. Yeah. He's maybe a little deeper, a little soggier middle. What do you think, Paulie?
Yeah, this first
creamy.
half, when he finishes, he's going to cut up pretty nice, actually.
Mm-hmm. He's really chiseled out through his front, isn't he?
Yeah.
Pretty square-butted.
I do like this yellow steer, but Katie, my daughter, showed the steer 2 years ago that looked just like that.
Uh-huh.
And it was near the fall when he got looking his best.
Right.
He didn't come on, but he finished at about 1,405 pounds, and that's when he really looked his best.
What do you think the ideal market weight is, Paulie?
Well, I know up in our area there's a lot of Charolais up in the Renfrew area, so they seem to have those calves a little bit higher in weight, so the 1,400, 1,500 pounds, but a lot of the regional show Eastern Ontario are paying just up to 1,300 pounds, Eric, in their when they sell them to the buyers, but to get them finished, I think with some of the frame, we gotta get them over the 1,400 just to get them finished.
Right.
Now, when you showed steers, Eric, what was the difference in frame and weight back in, say, the late 70s to the 90s and then into now?
I'd say it's a lot the same as far as the weight thing. I mean, we wanted that steer probably in the actual steer shows to go through the ring at weighing 1240 to 1280 to 1290. And so you started off with a 1,400 pound steer. You had to go ahead and shrink them back a little bit. But I think the calves we see today, just maybe it's because their nickels were shorter made in their body length, but we're actually getting more shape and punch in these cattle from behind. Got a lot more top and a lot more hip in these cattle today than what we had back then. Yeah.
So, and that's why sometimes we see them get moving and they're getting outside of themselves, is it? Just because there is so much muscle on top in these cattle?
Well, we're getting them that way. They're getting outside themselves, but they're also getting a little more restricted all the way through. They're a little straighter shoulder, a little straighter from their hooks down to their hock, and the cattle don't have the same kind of freedom and flex. But
we just noticed that as he pulls the bigger black steer in second, you see him kind of arching in his top and that, and doesn't seem to move as free as the
right.
Great class of steers here. I really like a lot of the cattle in this particular lineup. I think for me, I made the decision up top here from the profile. I think that's where this steer that wins really shows off. This guy has got just such a dynamic look from the side. As I study his head and neck, he reads a little bit more youthful or just a little fresher in terms of the shape that he's got there. He's about as photogenic as you can make him. He's tall at the top of his shoulder, nearly level all the way back to his hip. He's got a good amount of depth of body to balance up here from the profile, and I still really appreciate that steer for being pretty square in terms of his pinnacle bone as well. Now, in a perfect world, he'll toe out a little bit up front, and he's probably a steer we can make a little bigger in terms of his bone work. I think he's not as mature as the cattle behind him, so I'm not as concerned that maybe he gives up a little bit of mass to date. I just like to stouten him up in his bone work. The steer that ends up in second is bigger bodied. He's more advanced in terms of the level of finish that he's got on him to date. He too has got more set built into his hock, and I really like that attribute of that particular steer. Kind of like my winner, he too will toe out a little bit up front. Perhaps that's why he wants to get a little bit tight in his spine here on the go, is because he's propped up or a little straight in the angle to his shoulder blade as an individual. Steer that comes in third has just got all the hallmarks of a great fat steer. He's bold ribbed, he's muscular, he's really sound on his feet and legs, and I think that steer is going to be a very practical steer as we start to project him to his endpoint. He's just a little bit more jammed up all the way throughout. He's got a little extra skin and hide there around his neck. He's a little shorter bodied. Steer maybe that's just not quite as attractive as the pair of cattle that stand in front of him. I like the height, the shoulder, and just the stature of the steer that comes here in fourth. Now, he's a steer that's got quite a bit of just a width over the top side of his body there as well. A little bit more tubular in his his rib design, a little tighter back through his flank. I read him be a little rounder out of his hip, just ever so slightly here from the profile. We complete the class of the black baldy steer that's really strong in his top line. He's a steer that's certainly big and extended in his kind. In a perfect world, I'd exchange some of that extra length of body maybe for a little bit more shape of rib and muscle mass.
Leading off that class of market steers is Owen Hurley, and in second, Owen Hurley as well. In third, Tori Cutting, fourth to Bryden Coulter, and fifth to Allie Campbell. Now entering the ring, we have heat number 2 of our market steers. On deck, we're looking for a steer champion.
Now we have heat number 2, and this is going to get pretty fast, guys. Your champion's going to come out of this with a heartbeat. First one in the ring was number 23, Ashlyn Tellier. 27, Jackson Corner.
28 is Jackson Corner.
28 is Jackson Corner again.
26 is Emily Hartle.
And 26 is Emily Hartle. This gets pretty fast. This is very, very nice. Well, this is a nice fuzz show, isn't it? Oh, this is a good fuzz show. Wow.
That was one thing that I was going to add in there, Eric, the difference in the maybe the steers now and even in the heifer shows is the kids now are just so good at getting these cattle ready and have the way more supplies and equipment than maybe we had back in our day, but they sure can carve one out with all that hair that they're breeding into these cattle.
What's wrong with a rice root brush, Polly? Come on.
Well, yeah, but I remember watching you turn the flatheads over so you could block a heifer out once. So, I mean,
Never happened. Never happened.
Now they have so much at their disposal to buy.
Yeah, sure, Polly. You're the one that had guards on your clippers all the time. This is really a nice, strong class of steers. I think he's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is the captain, Austin. It's like
Yeah. I think maybe these steers might have a little earlier end date, though, Eric, with their weights. Maybe
what are these steers weighing, Polly?
12, anywhere from one is 1,039, the first calf leading off. Then we've got 11:15, 11:41, and 12:14.
Now this is very, very nice. Very nice.
I wouldn't be surprised, Eric, if their end date on some of these are for maybe Calgary Stampede, like a summer show.
Right. That second calf is really attractive. Maybe looks a little shorter sided out here in the ring. That calf in third, boy, that's quite a profile there, Polly.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards the back too, but to be honest with you, Eric, without really getting over top of him, he does profile really well. My favorite would be the back steer.
Well, he's definitely going to be ready in not too many more days, really. He's getting up there right now. Got a lot more kill on him, hasn't he?
Yeah, but the different feeds that they have, that they can hold these steers for quite a while too.
Oh yeah.
They can eat straw and snowballs for a while if they're cold enough.
You got snow down in Renfrew, Polly?
It's still in the ditches.
So if you see any cattle grazing along the roadside, don't hit them. They could be pollies.
Yeah, they will be actually. There's more grass in the ditch. You know, Eric, we talk about the shows that they have around, and that's one thing I will say about the down in our area, Renfrew County at Renfrew Fair has a really nice steer show. It's just for Renfrew County kids, and it isn't the number one 4-H project for them, but they do have a really nice steer show, and you know they get great support from the community businesses, and they spend a lot of time and a lot of money helping out these kids. So they'll average close to $10 a pound for the champion steers. Our judge has made his selections, and I was right again, Eric.
Boy, this is a great set of cattle, and I think when you take a look at some of these steers here at the top end, they all have got so much quality. It's probably going to come down to just how they feed out from here on to get to their end point, because I think all three of these top trio steers here are awfully good. For me, the steer that I thought was the most problem-free was the young lady steer that leads off. And he's the boldest ribbed, and I do think he's got the most muscle volume when I get behind him. And obviously, we're still trying to think about these cattle, where they're going to end up as market animals. And I think that steer looks like he's got the body and the practicality to be able to grade choice. But at the same time, he's got the muscle volume where he should generate some red meat yield and be where we'd want to see at. I thought he's got a big advantage structurally over the steer that comes in second. I think he's got more spread to his rear toe. He's got more set built into his hock, and he just remains more comfortable in his top line here on the go. Now, he's starting to get a little bit deeper in his chest, starting to get a little bit more pronounced and crest up there at the top of his neck. So those are two attributes I changed to that steer. He reads a little bit mature for this stage of the game, but I like the mass and I like the balance awfully well. If we were solely sorting the cattle from the profile, I'd use the steer in second. Now, this guy is the one that I really like from the side. He's got a little bit more stature. He's a little taller front end. I think the top of his neck reads a little fresher. He's cleaner down there through his chest forward. And that steer is still really impressive in terms of the depth of body that he's got there. He draws up with such a nice look here from the profile. He's hard to miss in that regard. I just wish he had a little bit more shape to his forerib, a little bit more muscle mass relative to our class winner. When we get that guy on the go, he maybe gets just a little shorter stepping off either end, but he's an awful good steer to wind up here in the two-hole. Steer that comes in third, I think, has got a bright future in front of him. When I study that guy, he's got a square hip, he's got some muscle mass, he's a steer got some set built into his hind leg. I think his length of body is really conducive to balancing up. I think that steer looks like he's going to be an excellent calf in that regard. He's just a little green today. As I study him underneath that hair coat, he's got the least amount of finish on him, and so consequently maybe his shoulder doesn't fit onto his forerib quite as smooth. He's a little deeper in his chest than he is there through his flank. But if you go home and you get this guy fat, I think he could win the class. He's just a little bit farther behind today. That's a heck of a calf. Good luck to you. I think you got a really nice one there. The steer that ends up here in fourth, a steer that's strong top, got plenty of muscle. And in fact, he's kind of deceptive. From the outside, I didn't expect him to be just as big and massive down his top as he is. But he's a little frailer in his bone work. He's got a little extra set built into his hock, and he's maybe a steer that's just not quite as deep in his flank as the top pair.
Leading off that second heat of market steers, we have Emily Hartle. In second, Jackson Corner. In third, Jackson Corner. And in fourth, Ashlyn Taylor. Now entering the ring, we have our champion market steer class. This class is sponsored by the Brant Cattlemen's Association and Jones Feed Mills Limited.
So, Paulie, we've got quite a bit of spread as far as maturity and development in these cattle out here, but I think these two old heavyweight calves back here at the back really have a lot of power and muscle shape to them. Not taking anything away from the pair of younger, lighter weight calves, just that they're so much further down the road before they're going to be ready to hit the marketplace.
Well, I hope people don't record this, but I agree with you, Eric, for the first time today. But I happen to know the front two kids here. Their steers are bound for the Red Brand show, which is Thanksgiving weekend, or the Tuesday after Thanksgiving weekend. So, probably at this point in time, that's where their end point is right on with their weights around 800 pounds. But yeah, it's hard not to like those two heavy steers for sure.
Oh, we got 4 really nice cattle out here vying for our champion steer honors. I think it's a pretty close call, to be honest with you. I think you could kind of go either direction. I'll just describe the differences that I see and tell you kind of where my head's at here. The man steer that wins the first class is obviously the one that is the most attractive from the profile. This guy is picturesque from the side. He's so clean-chested. He's extremely long and extended up through his front end. As I trace him here from the side, he's just perfect in his top line and got a great uniformity of depth to him. What I think is really surprising about this steer is when I get behind the cattle, I think he's actually bigger hipped and he's got more muscle mass up high relative to his condition than the steer that comes behind him. Now, I know he's given up a lot of weight. This steer is kind of like a junior high kid that maybe we're comparing back to like a freshman in college. But I think relative to his weight and his composition and just the where he is, he's got more true top and hip in him than the steer that wins that second class. Now, I commented on in class, if I could upgrade that steer, I think he wants to toe out a little bit up front, and he's a little small in his foot size. And so as a consequence, maybe he's just not as agile as he hits this kind of tough surface out here. But I think that steer's one that's just got a tremendous amount of look of quality and a lot of power to boot. The steer that wins the second class is the one that's kind of got the practicality that you'd anticipate of a good fat steer. Boy, he's big and robust in his rib cage. He's got a lot of sweep to his bottom line there, and I like the fact he's got that extra depth of body. It makes me believe that he's going to be efficient as we start to project him to his end point, putting on some finish. That steer's not as square in his pin bone as the steer in front of him, but I still think he's got more just dimension through his lower quarter and stifle. He's probably not as big up high, but down low I do think he's got the edge in that regard. His biggest advantage to me is structure. I think that steer's a little truer in terms of his foot size up front. He's got more set built into his hock. He remains more comfortable as he hits the surface here. Now, since he is a little more advanced at a maturity standpoint, he's got a little bit more crest at the top of his neck, and the longer-headed steers may be starting to fall out just a little bit there in his chest. So I think it's a really close call. I think we've got a great pair of seconds out here, too, but to me, it kind of boiled down to the pair of class winners. I think you can go either direction. I'm kind of a structure guy myself, so I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady out of Class 2 for champion. We'll follow the gentleman out of Class number 1 for reserve. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion market steer going to Emily Hartle and our reserve going to Owen Hurley. We'll see these steers right back in the ring for our champion market animal. And again, this class was sponsored by the Brant Cattlemen's Association and Jones Feed Mills Limited.
Well, Eric, threw a little curveball at us there, but we certainly can agree with his reasons, and we really like the design and style of that calf.
We'll move right into our Angus breeding heifers.
As we come in for the champion market animal, we're bringing in the champion market heifer and then the steers will come back in. Eric, just want to make a observation. You know, the top end of these classes are just absolutely outstanding, and I just really think that they could compete a lot of other places. You know, it's really nice to see the quality that they're bringing out this early.
That's right, Paul. I think, too, we've got to remember that a lot of these cattle are coming out right now this ready. They're going to be hitting their end point here much sooner than some of these greener cattle we're seeing out here. But not taking anything away, they're all really, really high-quality cattle from top to bottom here in this show. The neat thing is watching these kids present these cattle. I mean, see some pretty good showmanship out here. I mean, young girl that won that heifer class, she's a really, really good little show person.
And I'll tell you, folks, I really enjoy the opportunity to judge, not only because I'm just always so enamored with the quality of the kids that you got up here, but to me, this is kind of the perfect marriage. My family, we raise show cattle. We show females, we show heifers. I showed steers growing up. But I'll tell you that it's kind of fun to look at these show cattle. We got that pageantry. We put some hair and bone and look on them, all those things. But fundamentally speaking, they're still market cattle. And I make a living in the production world myself. I'm a consultant. I get to work with some large feed yards in Texas and across the Southwest there. And I'll tell you that we got a kind of a growing population, and we got to feed with less resources. I'll admit that I probably don't know quite as much about the Canadian cattle dynamics as what I do in the United States, but in the U.S., we've got the smallest cow herd we've had since 1952 and the second highest consumer demand for beef that we've had since 1988. So we got people that want our product, but we got less cows. And I'm sure it's the same way up here. We got more ranches that have been turned into rooftops and subdivisions, and we've got kind of urban sprawl. We've got some government mandates that are making it a little tougher for us to do our jobs in terms of some kind of green initiatives as well. And so we've had to be more efficient at raising beef cattle. And since we need to generate more beef with less, kind of resources, we got to get these cattle that have got some grow power. They've got to have some muscle. They got to have the right kind of look and feedability here. And that's why I'm really impressed with that champion crossbred steer there, is because I think he looks like the type of animal that not only has got a show ring look, but he's got the right kind of rib cage and muscle that kind of emulates the type that we're looking for today in the feedlot world as well, even though he's still got a show ring look. So I thought it was really close amongst those two steers there. I like both the market heifers. I think they're extraordinarily good as well. But I'm not going to split the steers up. Those two are going to be our champion reserve. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion market animal, to Emily Hartle, and our reserve champion market animal, to Owen Hurley. This class is sponsored by Jacobs Auctions Limited and Norpac Beef. Please make your way to the photo area, and we'll get some photos done before we enter our breeding heifer classes. This is the first call for Heat 1 of Angus yearling heifers. We're looking for Heat 1 and Heat 2 to be on deck.
Oh, nice. Ends up a nice market show there, Eric, with the steers taking both champions. I'll just keep the mic just for a little bit, because once the Angus show starts, I might as well go for a break, because Mr. Angus beside me will like to control the microphone. What I would like to say is we're getting some messages in through live auctions here to talking about the commentary, and we got compared to Ron McLean and Don Cherry. I think we're more like Don Cherry and Don Cherry, but
Dumb and Dumber.
Anyways, I would like to talk about the show for a minute, Eric, and it's just a great show put on by a real good committee here, and they've really, taken it to another level in putting on a show for the kids and for the parents that are here, and maybe speak to that for me for a minute.
Yes, Paul, I think they need to be commended, first of all, on the beautiful fairgrounds that they have here. This building we're showing in right now is remarkable. I guess at some points in time they actually hold 6 horse hitches in this ring here. I mean, it's huge. All kinds of height, ground's good and level all the way through. We're not getting dust in our eyes today, Paul. That's kind of neat. But no, this is really a nice facility. The committee itself is made up of some people that are on equal par. They all kind of want to do the same thing as far as supporting the youth of today and the things that they do as far as going out and finding responsible sponsorships and this kind of thing is really nice to see. Last night they had a draw that you can actually go ahead and win a heifer, and I think that was really. They had a really good response on that. I think we're going to see an outstanding female show coming up. We're going to see some cattle that are maybe a little bit different as far as what we've seen in the steer show. We may not see quite as much power and punch in these cattle, but we're going to see cattle that probably do a lot more from a functional standpoint. And you're going to see just a great set of females all the way through.
Yeah, I definitely share your thoughts on that. That's for sure. One thing I do like about the committee is they're adding an element of education into it. And they had, I guess last year they brought Mike Early in to talk about the structure and talking about the cattle, and when you actually kind of look inside of the hair and the hide and really it's deceiving sometimes on the structure and of a bovine. And then this year they had Stacy Young come in and talk to the kids about taking pictures of their heifers or their steers and little tips on how they should be standing and setting up their cameras. So it's kind of nice that they're also doing an education that doesn't just pertain to just you have to be first in the show ring and that's it, which is helping our kids. And it's also nice to see the kids back in the barns playing and having fun, Eric. And we're not competing just against each other. We're competing against hockey and baseball and all of that. So these kids have to come and have fun.
That's correct, Paulie. And the neat thing is that these kids they're not out in trouble. They may be out late at nights, but by golly, I'll bet you they're up at 4 o'clock in the morning again working on these cattle. But the really, really good thing, I think, is most of these young boys and girls out here, when they get to this level in the show ring here, those kids are pretty sharp. I mean, they're not all going to be rocket scientists, but by golly, I guarantee you they're going to be very competitive in no matter what field they go into. So,
yeah, to continue that, I'm sure a lot of them are headed for university. That's for sure, and I think it speaks to the ag business that a lot of people. Rob Flack told me at one point in time that there was plenty of jobs out in the agriculture sector that people can get into, and you take the schooling, you do the schooling, and you get out there. And I know my son didn't go to school for agriculture, but is now carved his way into the ag business, and it's a very prosperous business because the farmers have become so much more interested in the bottom line, and I think that teaches the kids here. This stuff teaches the kids too as we move forward with this show, and as they go down the spring into the Lindsay show, and then they end up the long weekend in May with the Carp show. It's kind of a nice little run that the kids have here, and I know some kids don't have the indoor wash rack, so it makes it tough earlier in the year to have their calves ready, but just really nice to see the older people coming out and supporting that maybe don't have kids, but they're show people and they're cattle people. We are going to take a little break here just for a second until we start this Angus show, and Eric's doing his studying to get these sires all set up for these kids. Eric, I did see a couple of guys make some or send messages into live auction. I'd like to give a shout out to Lee Wilson out in Alberta. I'm glad to see Lee's up before 10 o'clock his time, and that's good to have. And Huey Ross from down in southwestern Ontario there. Glad to see the old boy is paying attention. And I'd also like to mention a guy that was originally from Ontario, and he had an accident last summer, and hope he's listening, is Jose Massey. Is a good friend.
Jose.
Good friend of ours that did have an accident, and he's coming along healing fine. I was talking to him maybe a couple of weeks ago, but just a tough boy that I know is going to make it back.
I guess he made it out to Lee's sale, LLB, and everybody was glad to see him there. But, yeah.
Yeah, I never seen a guy could wash as many cattle in as short a time and never have any return back to the wash rack. And they might not have been clean, but I think everyone was afraid to return one back to him.
Well, one thing about Jose, if you had equipment out on the wash rack, you didn't have to worry about going back after the show and picking it up. It was gone.
Thinking about that, it just reminds me of a saying, something about the pot and the kettle. But anyway, we will just get ready. A bunch of Angus heifers are coming in, and hope that everyone's enjoying themselves on a St. Paddy's Day, because the green beer here is going down really good. Well, Eric, we're back now. I hear all the hooting and hollering going on to get pictures done, and that's another thing I'd just like to bring up about a show is to having a good professional photographer to capture the moments of these champion and reserve champion pictures, because it's so nice when you do win and you go to buy those pictures that you have a really professional picture done that you can be proud of and post for advertising. And that seems to be the way with the way social media is going now, and the way that we are doing our advertising, that it's not just the breed magazine that comes out maybe once every 2 or 3 months, that it's pretty much current. So we wanted to, it's nice to have Stacy here to get these professional pictures done, and maybe you might want to add a little bit in about our advertising for sales and stuff like that.
Yes, Paul, I think it's really, really important today, and I think Stacy helped out yesterday as far as showing young exhibitors how to display these cattle, the size of the pen you need to work with, and how the cattle need to be presented themselves. And I think a big shout-out needs to go to Nikki Ross with her photography here today, and she's doing our show for us, and she does an outstanding job. And I think any time that we look at the cattle thing, it used to be, years and years ago, you had a picture, so what? That was good enough. But anymore, so many cattle, people don't have an opportunity to travel from place to place to see these cattle. And it's really important when this goes over the internet or Facebook, and the kids have a chance to view these, they'll get after mom and dad pretty quick and say, that's the one for me, real quick. But I think it's really important to have these cattle presented right. That's going to sell cattle as much anymore as a breeding program in many cases. I think it takes a little bit of everything. I think you need to have a breeding program. You need to have a pen that's really set up as far as picturing. You also need an EPD program. All these are tools that we got to use today in our marketing system.
Right on, I agree with you. I'm glad you mentioned about the EPDs as well. I know they're not something that is 100%, and then you can judge an animal on and that. But it's nice that the more information we do get on these cattle, that it's information that can maybe help us in selecting a bull or something to that. You can't say one bull's better because he has a lower EPD for birth weight than another one. But it is a tool, and it's the more we know, the better off we are. You certainly don't want to let the stuff hurt you. And I think it's good to have that stuff. Also, I see around the ring, some signs of sponsors and stuff like that. Jones Feed Mills, I think of Mike Geddes and guys like that. They also make the show go, and like you said about the sponsorship, it isn't that the kids are out winning big dollars, but it's an opportunity for these kids to come out. We're just waiting for the Angus show to get started. I know you're getting antsy here, Rank, but you just have to calm down a little bit more.
All right, let's go ahead with Heat 1 of Angus breeding heifers. Just a 2-entry class here. Let's make sure we have Heat number 2 on deck for our Angus breeding heifers. Keep in mind that Heat number 3 has been absorbed into Heat number 2. So from Heat 2, we'll be moving right into Heat 4. So let's get your heifers up here to the marshalling area in a quick manner.
We've got 2 heifers in this Angus class. First heifer's entry number 29. She is a style daughter born April the 5th. And the heifer second is a GF first class daughter born on April the 4th. Deer Park heifer. Really nice pair of heifers. We've got a little more mass and volume. We've got a really nice, neat heifer on the other side here as well. Really good pair of heifers. Boy, for an April baby, this old heifer walking out first leading this class off, there's a lot of mass and volume to her. Really stout-legged. The second heifer is really green, really fresh, super cut in her lines. Nice pair of heifers.
Eric, that the first heifer, her mother is a Phyllis cow from Udell's there, and then the heifer that's in second, her dam comes from, I think, the Miss Morgan female at Deer Park showed so well or had such great success. Maybe it would be her granddaughter, but we'll catch up with the judges' comments.
Got a standout heifer here. The wins this particular class. I mean, I think a female that's absolutely lethal from the profile. She's a tall-shouldered, extremely exquisite in terms of her head and neck, just chiseled out in her throat latch and her neckline there. Big old sweep to her bottom line, and then we study that heifer's hind leg. It's probably my favorite feature. Her hip and hind leg design is extremely attractive and functional. She catches her step every single time, and it's still like a heifer's got plenty of width we get behind her. We maybe could tip her back just a little bit up front in terms of her shoulder blade, but more than anything, I wish she read just more authentic in terms of her bottom line. From her navel back, we got a little aggressive there, but I think that heifer is one that's got just a tremendous amount of quality. Heifer that ends up here in second. I really appreciate just the look and extension that she's got up through her front end. She's strong and complete in terms of her top line. I appreciate that heifer for being very honest from a condition standpoint. Naturally, she just gives up just width and bone and just performance and substance to the female that stands directly in front of her.
Leading off Angus breeding heifers, heat number 1 is ring number 29, Jackson Corner with REIB Phyllis 336. And in second, ring number 30, Taylor McFarlane with Deer Park Barbie 15L. Now entering the ring, we're looking for Angus breeding heifers, heat number 2. This is also combined with heat number 3. Heat number 4 is on deck.
Coming in the second heat here, we have Ashley Ernwin, March 15th daughter of Profound. She is a GF Lucy 711L. And the second heifer walking in the ring is Van Ness, Holton Van Ness, and that calf is by Miller Lavender 9L. That heifer was born. Come on, Polly. Stay with the program. March 10th. The third heifer coming in. Ooh, she's pretty good. That's entry number 35. Emily Hartle. She's a daughter of Blacklist. March 6th. Next heifer 36 is Emily Honey on a Prowess daughter. on March 6th. And the last heifer walked in the ring was entry number 63.
Oh, we're not sure, Eric.
We don't know. Oh. They snuck one in on us. Katie Cox is coming in next with a EF Colossal daughter out of S.A. Sophie, and she was born February 18th. So not a big spread in age again. Once we get cattle at this point in time, the frame thing kind of goes out the window. I mean, now it really relates to how those cattle will actually go ahead and grow and develop. But the last heifer coming in the ring here is entry number... Last heifer that walked in the ring is entry number 44, Grace Dungeon. She is a Jesse James out of Triangle K Erica 12L. This is really good class of heifers again.
Your class is complete. The missing entry can move into the next heat.
We have a surprise heifer in this class, entry number 63. If you're viewing it, she'd be the third, fourth, fifth heifer standing in line. She is a blacklist daughter, March 1st. Really strong class, boy. Yes. Well, we can see, Paulie, that as we get into female classes here, that we've still got cattle that have enough punch and power, not quite the explosiveness of muscle design, but these kind of females are meant to look like mama cows, and they certainly do. They just got so much more freshness to their fronts, really sound, very attractive, nicely balanced cattle. What do you think, Paulie?
Well, I was told they couldn't hear me because you won't give me the microphone. But what I think is exactly what you said. In this Angus division is no matter what show you go to in Canada, it's just a real powerful show. And very seldom do you have a female that goes right from the start of the year to the end of the year and just dominates. And that's just a testament to the breed of Angus and the quality that we have.
Well, we got a remarkable set of Angus females out here, top to bottom. Just a great set of cattle. I think all these heifers kind of really emulate what has made this Angus breed so popular here in North America, just in terms of practicality, big-bodied, easy-fleshing cattle that could thrive in production here. And I think the top end of the cattle maybe do that with a little bit more look and style. I thought the heifer that wins this particular class has just got more gas left in the tank than the heifer that comes in second. I think she's a little bigger statured. She's a little later maturing. I think she's got a big advantage at the ground in terms of the shape to her feet. They're more appropriate and the length to her toe. I think that heifer is one that's extra length of body is just downright impressive when you consider that she's the bigger frame, longer bodied heifer that's still stronger spine. Sometimes the easiest way to make them strong back is to make them short rib. That heifer is really strong spine considering that she's got more length and extension. I like her hind leg awfully well. We could probably tip her back a little bit up front. She gets a little forward in her blade, but that's getting nitpicky on an awfully nice heifer. I like the body and the length of front end of the heifer that comes in second. I think her moderation of frame size could definitely be an asset in some situations. You know, where I grew up or where I live now in Texas, we've had a drought the last couple of years, and this is the type of female that I think certainly has probably got a little bit more drought tolerance in terms of just her frame score and then the body cavity that she has there. She's just getting a little longer in her toe and maybe a little shorter in her cannon bone. I'd like to see her maybe just a little later maturing as the individuals start thinking about her out here in the show ring. Awful good one that comes in third. I thought Standing Still, this one made a case to start. She's really feminine about her head and neck, very sleek in terms of her front end design there. And as I kind of studied that female from the side, she draws up with a tremendous amount of balance. Strong top, really uniform in her depth, just got a tremendous amount of body there. You know, a heifer that gets just a little smaller in her foot size, and as she hits the surface here, she just doesn't flex and release her hock and pastured with quite the amount of just a freedom of the cattle that stand directly in front of her, but an awful good one to stand in the third hole here. Big-bodied, massive replacement that stands in fourth. I like the practicality. She may have as much fleshing ability as any of the females in this particular lineup. I think her chest and brisket kind of sink out of her just a little bit. I noticed that heifer being a little coarser at the point of her shoulder, and then when you study her go away, she gets maybe a little bit more awkward out of her hind leg. But balance, body, practicality, that's a heck of a female. Female that comes next in five, another kind of bigger, more outlined heifer there, bigger outlined heifer. We like the strength of top line that she has. I think she's actually a little leaner in her condition than the heifer that stands directly in front of her, and I appreciate that about her too. She's another heifer that will want to knuckle up just a little bit there in her pasture, and maybe a female we could see just a little leveler out of her hip and cleaned up down there through her chest floor, but the fundamentals are right on that heifer. She's going to be a whale of a cow. Young lady's heifer that comes next, another kind of strong top, extended female, probably a little taller shoulder than some of her contemporaries out here. I don't think she's quite as deep-bodied as the rest of these sappy middled heifers. It's just such a high bar to clear in this particular class in terms of body cavity. She's just not quite as deep as those females. She leads to me a little stoved up out of her front end and gets a little shorter stepping off either end of her skeleton. Then we complete the class with a moderate frame, big-bodied, practical heifer. I like the bone work of that heifer. I think she's pretty progressive in terms of the amount of stoutness that she's got from the hock down there. I get behind the cattle, she'll kind of come in at the point of her hock and toe out a little bit up front. I'd just like to see her square made, maybe not quite as clean and extended up through her front end as the cattle that precede her.
Leading off heat number 2 and 3 of the Angus breeding heifers is ring number 35, Emily Hartle with Nostad Blackbird 2L. In second, ring number 63, May Stanley with Excel Sarah's Dream. In third, ring number 36, Emily Honey with Maple Elm Mayflower 3L. In fourth, ring number 44, Grace Dudgeon with Rainbow Triangle K Erica 12L. In fifth, ring number 32, Ashley Ernowin with GF Lucy 711L. In sixth, ring number 40, Katie Cox with SA Sophie 302. In seventh, ring number 33, Holton Vanessi with Miller Lavender 9L. Now entering the ring is Angus breeding heifers heat number 4. On deck, we'll be looking for Angus breeding heifers heat number 5 and number 6 to be on deck.
Okay, in class number 4, leading off that class is entry number 41, James McNaughton, on Express Daughter, born February the 10th. The second heifer in the ring is entry number 47, Callahan Finley on Rocking Gypsy 1L. She's a Renew daughter. Entry number 48, Nathan Campbell on Double L Blackbird 312L on a Renovation daughter. The next entry is Chelsea Stevens on Stevens Ruby's Crown Royal 1L on a Prowess daughter. Ella Noonan on Brookings Black Cap 3125. She's a Best Answer daughter. First Best Answer we've seen today. The next entry is Bella Davidson on a Marvel daughter on Down Leah Tibby 5L, born January the 18th. We have Emily Honey next in line, entry number 52. And that heifer is by a bull called Rip. Where's Pete Fritters at? On Level Echo 314L. She's a January 18th daughter. And the last entry in the class is Callahan Finley again on EF Blackbird 2313 on a Good Times daughter. I got to check that one out.
Eric, just another real strong class here. Maybe not that exact power standout to lead off the class, but some really deep functional females here that I know some of them have been shown and have done very well. So I just like to see these cattle all get out and get going, and value Judge DeClerc's opinion here on these females.
What's your entry number? Flash. Entry number 49. Chelsea Stevens heifer is a heifer that was involved in the Mega Moolah last night, and that heifer is up for sale right now. She is a Prowess daughter out at Stevens Ruby's Crown Royal 1L.
You know, Eric, it's one of the nice things about the Angus breed is the consistency of keeping the names of the cow families, and it's just interesting to see how everybody's preserving that tradition and keeping these cow families. And I'm one of the things that I admire most about the Angus breed, and is as opposed to naming them by the first name or the first letter of the year that they're born. I really like the cow family aspect.
I agree 100%, Paul. The other people that do their own names, they're propagators, but they're not breeders of cattle. Unfortunately, that's how it is. But I want to say one thing here. On this class of heifers right now, Paul, that we see out here, there's a little bit difference in variation as far as frame size and stature. But you know what? The Angus breed is going to outlive all our stupid mistakes, and they'll still come through. These cattle are going to make really, really functional females, really good cows.
Sorry to get you fired up so early, Eric, but yeah, I definitely agree with the function, and the Angus cow is one of the most perfect things that's ever been made. And yeah, we've tried to ruin it many a time, but she just keeps prevailing. So thank God, I think we're headed in the right direction, though. Honestly, I do, with the Angus breed, and as long as we don't get too geared to one aspect of it, I think it's definitely a great future breed.
Well, we got a thought-provoking class out here, folks. I think we got all sorts of different shapes and kinds, and a lot of diversity represented in terms of frame score and just practicality. Probably depends on what your breeding program is back home, which one you're going to land on. I think it probably comes down to where you want to make show cattle or bulls, or kind of what your program is oriented towards. I still like the heifer that wins the class. I was pretty comfortable with her. I thought she was the one I really landed on. I thought she's the hardest to take a major hole in. She's got the power, the heifer that resigns in second, with more kind of the look and the outline of that good-looking female that ends up in third. And I think that female, to me, is very problem-free in terms of that combination. A good-looking heifer that's got some stoutness and dimension to her, really progressive in terms of her bone work. You know, she's not as deep in her heart, and the sweep to her midrib isn't maybe quite as big and sappy as some of the other class winners we've seen today. I think that's still a very fundamentally correct heifer. If I could change her, I'd maybe see her just a little bit more comfortable as she sets the surface here on her pasture. And I thought it was a close call from there on down, because I think that there are just a lot of good cattle that come in different types and kinds. The heifer that comes in second was one that I think's got some very interesting breeding pieces. That heifer is really long and extended up through her front end to be bold and powerful from behind. I think that's one of them antagonisms. Generally make them sleek and thin-necked. You're going to make them narrow and flat. And that heifer, to me, is really impressive for the power that she portrays to be that extended up through her front end. Now, we could probably see her piece together a little better. She wants to get a little easy out of the backside of her shoulder there. Her spine isn't quite as strong in the way that it hooks up out of the backside of her blade. She's got just a little bit more tailhead as I study right over the top side of her hip there. But boy, that heifer would be one that'd be fun to breed on, because she's got some really cool pieces. Heifer that comes in third is probably the one that I think's harder to knock a hole in from the side. The taller shouldered heifer is more composed in her top line. She's really uniform in her depth. Very feminine. I appreciate the refinement that this heifer has. I obviously don't know her pedigree, but to me, she kind of struck me like maybe she's a Cavanese bred female or out of a first calf heifer, because she's just a little bit narrower all the way throughout. When it comes to sire selection, I'd want to complement that heifer with a really powerful bull. She's got a great look and balance, just like to bulk her up as an individual. The heifer in fourth is kind of on the opposite side of the spectrum. She's an absolute tank. I mean, she's big-bodied, massive middled, tremendous amount of dimension we get behind the cattle. I can't help but ignore, though, just it's hard to ignore, I should say, the extra bone that she's got down low as well. But like a lot of cattle, they get that big, easy keeping look there. She's starting to get a little north of the chubby line, starting to get a little fat down through her belly and then through her chest there. As a consequence, she struggles just a little bit here on the go, maybe just not quite as flexible from a structural standpoint. Like the next set of the heifer that comes next, really see her neck come out top side of her shoulder. She's long and extended. That heifer is as long hipped as any of the cattle out here in the ring, and that's part of the reason she takes such a big step off either end of her skeleton. Maybe just a little bit tighter back there through her flank. When I get in front of the cattle, she'll kind of come in her knee and splay out in terms of her front feet, and it kind of makes sense that she just doesn't have as much width. That tells the story of her maybe just being a little narrower when we get behind the cattle. Young man's heifer that comes next, a female that I appreciate in terms of depth of body and practicality. Got a big, flexible hind leg, a little extra squishy or kind of soft joint there from behind, which I like. She's got a bad habit of wanting to run downhill just a little bit, and that it kind of highlights the fact that she drops out in her chest. More than anything, I'd like to see her stouter, pinned, and more dimensional when I get behind the cattle. I like the big-bodied, easy-keeping heifer that comes next. This young man's female is another one that looks like she could really thrive in a limited forward setting. She's starting to get a little fat down there through her chest and through her flank. We'd like to clean her up. Maybe could make her a little later maturing. Heifer that completes the class is big and extended in her kind. A very late maturing, long-fronted type of heifer here. Reads a little bit more tubular in her rib design. The longer she stands, she wants to start to kind of come over in her knee. I think the genesis of that issue is she's just a little straight in her shoulder.
Leading off Angus, number 4 is ring number 52, Emily Honey with Loval Echo 314L. In second, ring number 51, Bella Davidson with Downley Tibby 5L. In third, ring number 49, Chelsea Stevens with Stevens Ruby Crown Jewel 1L. In fourth, ring number 50, Ella Noonan with Brooking Blackcap, 31.25. In fifth, ring number 53, Callahan Finley with EF Blackbird, 2313. In sixth, James McNaughton with Las Vegas Black Pearl, 2310. In seventh, ring number 48, Nathan Campbell with Double L Blackbird, 312L. In eighth, ring number 47, Callahan Finley with Rocking AS Gypsy, 1L. Now entering the ring, we have heat number 5 of Angus breeding heifers. We'll be looking for heat number 6 and the Angus champion female to be on deck.
If you're just tuning in, and we're on the Angus breeding heifers, heat number 5. This is a good class for you to come in and sit down. But if we get back in that lazy boy, this is going to be pretty fast. This is probably going to be the best class of Angus heifers that we'll have a chance to view today. We're leading the class off with entry number 54 from Ava Noonan. She's a Las Vegas princess. She is a 24-carat daughter. Entry number 56 is Grace Dungeon on Dungeon Empress, 307L. She's a prowess daughter. Grace Knox is coming next in line with FLC Favorite Lady, Natural Law. Entry number 58 is Heidi McFadden on IRCC, Lady Di, 318L. She's a robust daughter. Next in line we have Chelsea Stevens on Rhinestone Blackbird, 15L, on a Vegas daughter. And the last entry in the class is Katie Cox, entry number 60 on SA Sophie, 301. She's a Marvel daughter. This is going to be a pretty fast class.
Definitely is, Eric. Really like the quality on all of these cattle. Different builds. We do have some different structures. We got some smaller frame cattle and some larger frame cattle, but boy, there's not a lot of holes in these heifers when you get watching them moving around the ring.
Hey, Paul, we've got to take our hats off. There's a guy sitting at home that he's in a lazy boy chair because he's wounded. His name happens to be Wesley Stafford. Have you ever heard of him?
Well, unfortunately, you're kind of guilty by association, so I do know him. He is wounded, but he'll be back going. He's getting a new hip put in, but end of May we'll have him back going, and we'll be able to put him on the end of the halter of the wild ones at Shed and Fair, because in case you people don't know, Eric and my nickname for Wes is the Anchor.
Thank you, Paulie. But what about what were they going to do about that brain surgery they're going to do on Wesley?
Well, I always did say he'd make it to university, but the only way might be in a jar.
Get serious, Paulie. You know he won't get that lucky. But isn't this a nice class of heifers, though?
Yes, it is. There's some really nice heifers out here, and yeah, I'd like to take a few of them home. As a matter of fact, to be honest with you, there's some bigger frame cattle. Maybe don't have the sappy belly that he was commenting on in some of the classes, but a lot of these heifers, or most of these heifers, haven't even been. Maybe some haven't been cycling. Some aren't bred or shouldn't be bred right now, but just really nice heifers that a guy could take home and breed and add some production into their herd. That's for sure, Eric.
So, okay. Hey, Paulie, we were just surrounded here by some people that were involved heavily in the dairy world and really, really good breeders of dairy cattle, and now the guy spends all his time on a golf course. Can you imagine that, Paulie?
I'd like to change my pasture field into a golf course if they're going to pay money to come around and whack and then maybe give a swear word after they hit the ball. But anyway, we want to talk about this class, Eric. We've got some really nice heifers, especially I'm going to be biased. I'm going to count the top 3 in here. I really like these 3 females.
You're wrong. 4, Paulie. It's on.
4. Cattle out here. I think you could certainly justify doing a lot of different things here. I think the longer that I studied him, the heifer that I thought was the most problem-free, just in terms of her structure and her running gear, is this young lady's heifer. The wins the class out here, and it's not the luck of the Irish why I'd use that heifer. She's got a nice kind of St. Patrick's Day necklace on here that I appreciated, but certainly got some spirit. But I thought this heifer was the one that was really attractive from the side. Her neck set is awesome. This young lady's a fantastic showman, and she does such a good job of highlighting the inherent quality of this particular female in terms of the angle that her neck comes out of her blade. She's really deep-bodied and sappy-centered. I think she's just quite a bit sounder in terms of her hind leg design than the cattle that stand behind her. We could see that heifer a little bit more dimensional. When I get behind the cattle, I would like to pry her open, maybe just a fraction more width. That's being really critical of an awfully good one. I thought the next 3 were really tough, and I think you could certainly justify those any way you want to. The heifer that ends up in second just got that big-bodied, cowy look. I think that heifer's maybe got just a little bit more just throat latch and skin, but the best cows generally do. And that heifer's got so much just performance, and she's fresh and really presented very well in terms of her condition out here. I would like to see her just a little looser on her back pasture, and that's probably where I'd upgrade that particular heifer, and she's maybe not as sleek as the cattle that stand on either side of her just in terms of her neckline, but boy, that's a heck of a female to stand in second. Heifer that comes in third has got some very intriguing pieces. I think she's bigger bone than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. I think she's leveler out of her hip, and I think she's definitely cleaner in her throat latch, and those are some of the things that I really was impressed with. Got a nice hind leg to her as well. She's a little coarser shouldered, maybe just a little shorter all the way throughout. She's really clean necked, but we could stretch her out in her neck and her length of body, maybe compared to the cattle that come on either side of her. Young lady that comes out here in fourth, I'll tell you what, young lady, I really wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt because you did such a good job showing this heifer. I was impressed yesterday in showmanship, but man, you really kicked your game up here and did just a fantastic job showing this heifer. That heifer's long and extended up front. She's big hip, she's dimensional, she's got a lot of power. I couldn't quite convince myself that she was just agile enough on the go. She gets a little coarser shoulder, maybe doesn't quite catch her step here on the go. I'd like to square up and make her just a little more coordinated out of her hind leg, but boy, I like the power and the look of that heifer awfully well. Heifer that comes next is just an absolute tank. Boy, she's big-bodied, massive centered. There's just so much capacity in this heifer. She can swallow up a lot of competition when you just take a look at that center body there. But like a lot of cattle that push the envelope in terms of rib, the longer she stands, she gets a little easy in her top line. Her shoulder starts to separate away from her body cavity there, and she just doesn't pull herself together with the balance of the cattle that stand directly in front of her. We complete the class with a heifer that's lean and honest in her condition. She's cleaner in terms of her throat latch than the heifer that stands in front of her. I think she maybe doesn't balance up quite as nice from the side. She's a little deeper in her chest, maybe a little tighter in her heart and flank, gives up a little dimension when we study the cattle from behind.
Leading off heat number 5 is ring 54, Ava Noonan with Las Vegas Princess, 2306. In second, ring number 59, Chelsea Stevens with Riverstone Blackbird, 15L. In third, ring number 60, Katie Cox with S.A. Sophie, 301. In fourth, ring number 58, Heidi McFadden with IRCC Lady Di, 318L. In fifth, ring number 56, Grace Sturgeon with DDGN Empress 307L. And in sixth, ring number 57, Grace Knox with FLC Favorite Lady. Now entering the ring is Angus heifers heat number 6. This is your final heat in this division. Up next we'll have our champion Angus female class.
Another very nice class of Angus heifers here, Polly. Don't share too much information, please, Polly. Okay, leading off that class is entry number 61, Owen Dahl, on XL, Evening Tinge, 10L. 101L. She's a Marvel daughter. The next heifer coming in, 62, is Amber Montgomery on JPD, Miss Marion, 7L. She's an own daughter of Colossal. The next heifer is 64, Haley Hamill on Hamill, 5J, B, 1L. She's a Turning Point daughter. The next heifer is Riley Chown on Clearbrook, Lady McHenry, 1L. The next heifer is 66, and she is Amber Montgomery on JPD, 1L. She's an Alexion verified daughter. 67 is Bella Davidson on 4D Angus Acres Lucy on a Growth Fund daughter. And the last entry in that class is 182 on Reed Home Flora, 101L. We're missing the sire. Well, another nice class, though, Polly. Glad you can make it.
My dad used to say she was sired by night and damned by all, but we think that this is a really nice heifer that's coming in here on this class. And I just have to say, Eric, I like this, the total. I know there's the most Angus heifers in the show and that, but just a real good quality right from top to bottom with all of these. That you mentioned the heifer that went out last in the last heat, it's going to make a really nice Angus cow, and that's kind of really, after everything's all said and done, what we want to see develop for these kids. So it's really nice to have really good cattle out here exhibited in front of us. I would like to mention, Eric, about our ring staff today. There with Adam Smith is one of our ring men, and he's also on the board for this show. And Dan Bors is over on the far side. And there's a lot of work and a lot of miles put in by these people walking around at this show to make things go. So hats off to all those people that are in the back that are marshaling these cattle as well. So we do appreciate it, because there's nothing better than a smooth run show.
So I have with me Katie Cox. She just walked over by ringside here. Now, she was showing an Angus heifer a little earlier. What do you think of the Angus show, Katie?
I quite like it. I mean, I'm kind of glad that I've got myself into this breed.
That's great.
It's a very strong breed, that's for sure.
Right. Now, you mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you going to university next year? Or?
Yes, I am heading out to Olds College in beginning of September, end of August.
That's great.
Ag management.
Good deal. Good deal. That's great. What's your mom going to say about you being more involved with the Angus cattle than you are the traditional Hereford breed?
That's hard to say.
Good thing is she's at home and you're here, right?
Yeah, she sent a picture yesterday of all black cattle at the hay feeder, and she said, "What do I do about this?"
So what you're saying is that her Herefords aren't quite as aggressive? They don't get up.
They have they're very calm. They're much more calmer than the Angus.
But they just don't eat.
No.
They don't need to eat, Eric. They're very easy-doing cattle.
Oh, great, Polly. You weren't part of this conversation anyway, Polly. Stay away. Oh, we have this class is over. Thanks, Katie.
Anytime.
Another very nice class of Angus cattle out here, and I think the female that wins this particular lineup to me is the one that I'd certainly want to take home and make a cow out of. I'd love to have a set of keeper heifers that just reflected this type of practicality and body and structural correctness. I think compared to the heifer that ends up in second, she's more appropriate in just her foot shape and her toe length. That heifer has got some stretch and some length of body, but still just deep-sided. I do appreciate that. I think sometimes the easiest way to make these cattle look deep and sappy-centered is to make them short and compact. That's a big extended heifer that's still got just so much middle to her here. I like the fleshing ability that she has. I think she's still pretty fresh in terms of her condition. She's probably not just the most sculpted out down there through her chest fore and her brisket, but I like that heifer awfully well. Go ahead and take her on out here, young lady, all right? Heifer that ends up in second. I think it's a close call between 2 and 3. I like the freshness of condition of the second place heifer. I thought she was leaner in her composition. I thought particularly around her tailhead. I think that heifer probably a little smoother in the way that her shoulder is bolted onto her forerib as well. Those attributes are among the things that I appreciate about that heifer. She is just getting a little longer toed compared back to our class winner. Probably gives up just the body capacity of the female that stands in front of her as well. Third place heifer is awfully nice. Boy, she's very feminine in the shape to her head and neck. She's extended and long-bodied. I really appreciate the strength that she's got in the center part of her top line there. And that heifer's got some width when we get behind the cattle. She's starting to cake up with a little extra fat there around her tailhead. I would like to lean her up there in her pin bone. She wants to splay out just a little bit up front and maybe see her just a little coarser at the point of her shoulder. Fourth place heifer is awfully nice. I think she's a little fresher than the heifer that stands in front of her, a little bit more honest in terms of her condition. I appreciate the bone that she's got as well. She's a heifer that's a little bit more abbreviated in her step. I think it's predicated by the fact that she just gets a little straighter off either end of her skeleton. Nice heifer that comes next. This young lady brings us another heifer that's fresh, honest in her condition, got plenty of depth of body as well. It's just some of the little things in terms of balance that I'd nitpick her on. I think fundamentally that's going to be a great cow. She's just a little steep from hooks to pins, maybe to set in her chest and brisket a little deeper relative to where her midrib is, but an awful nice heifer here. Tremendous amount of body capacity and fleshing ability. Young man's heifer that comes next. She looks like she's so practical, she's tough to manage in a show barn. One of them heifers that probably gets a pretty chubby on some show feed here. I think you kick her out to pasture and lean her up, you'd like her even better. Then the heifer that goes last, I'll tell you what, buddy, I feel bad for you. You got a heck of a heifer here. That heifer is straight top, really cool neck, got some good bone underneath her. Her feet and legs are right. She's just kind of tubular in her rib design today. I think you get that heifer bred, you go home and get aggressive with the feed bucket, and that heifer catches up. She could be moving right up towards the top of this class.
Leading off Angus heifer heat number 6 is ring number 66, Amber Montgomery with JPD Pride 1L. In second, ring number 65, Riley Chowan with Clearbrook Lady McHenry 1L. In third, ring number 64, Haley Hamill with Hamill 5JB 1L. In fourth, ring number 182, Shelby Corp with Reed Home Flora 101L. In fifth, ring number 67, Bella Davidson with 40 Acres Lucy. In sixth, ring number 62, Amber Montgomery with JPD Miss Marion 7L. And in seventh, ring number 61, Owen Daw with XL Evening Tinge 101L. Now in the ring, we have our champion Angus female class. This class is sponsored by Merit Insurance Brokers Incorporated and Dudgeon Cattle Company. If there are representatives from those businesses that would like to come to the photo area for a photo opportunity, please do so at the completion of this class. On deck, we'll be looking for our 2 heats of Charolais breeding heifers. Connie Stevens to the announcer's table. Connie Stevens to the announcer's table.
Well, this is a great set of Angus females we see out here for this drive. You look at the far side of the ring, those are heifers that won the classes, and they're all cut a lot the same as far as strength of top, hardness of lines. The cattle that are really, really pretty fronted, really look like cows and look very functional, very practical, and they're really, really sound. Really good set of females. The heifers are second in those divisions. Maybe they just got out punched or out horsed a little bit, but for the most part, these cattle we see in the ring here right now will go ahead and make an outstanding set of mamas.
Well, we got an outstanding lineup of cattle out here, and what a showcase of class winners and seconds. If you folks don't mind, let's make some noise and congratulate these exhibitors with a big round of applause. This has been an awfully fun division to sort through. I think it's been one that has been extremely challenging, but at the same time, boy, it's always fun to get to judge cattle of this caliber. I'm sure there's several different favorites standing ringside. Just to kind of go through and briefly talk about the cattle again, Heifer wins this first class. I called her lethal, and I think she's just such an elite breed representative. I'd certainly love to have one of this caliber standing in my show barn for my nephews here. She kind of set the benchmark really high. First heifer I'd seen throughout the day. She is just absolutely gorgeous in terms of her look, through her head, neck, and shoulder. Huge bodied, awesome hip and hind leg design there, got plenty of dimension. She's one that's awfully tough to beat just in terms of her combination of look and structural correctness out of her hip and hind leg design. We talked about maybe we could change her in a way down there through underline. That's an awful good female here. Heifer wins the second class is extraordinary. I think she's another female that kind of reflects some of the features that I like about our first class winner. She too is really progressive in her foot size and her bone density. I think her foot quality really gives her a leg up over some of the rest of the competition out here. I like the set that she's got to her hind leg. That heifer balances up well from the side. She's not as just chiseled out through her throat latch and through her chest floor as maybe the heifer that wins that first class, but I still think that she's one that's tall-shouldered and high in her neck set to where she balances up very appropriate here from the side. Probably not quite as opened up and round in her forerib and just have the shape to her rib cage as the heifer that stands directly in front of her, but I like that one a great deal. Female that wins the third class, another one that I think kind of in contention out here. I like that heifer awfully well for being bold rib, dimensional. She's a little bit deceptive because she's not as big boned as the cattle that I talked about previously here, but she may have just as much true shape and dimension when we get behind the females as any of the cattle out here in the ring. We probably could just amp her up and give her a little bit more bone work down low to match that power that she has up high. Heifer that wins the next class, young lady at the Cowboy hat. I talked about how just I love this heifer's running gear. I think her hip and hind leg structure is extremely good. She's big-bodied, really cocky in the way that her neck comes out the top of her shoulder blade there. Gives her that kind of alert fashion here from the profile. We could probably just pry that heifer open a little bit more. She started to rub on her down there. I could tell that she's starting to lose a little bit of hair over kind of right around her quarter and around there. It's kind of comes with territory this time of year, so that maybe draws attention to the fact that she's just not quite as dimensional through her quarter, but that's an excellent heifer as well. Then we talked about the heifer that wins the last class. I'm a big fan of show cattle. We raise show cattle, but they got to be cows first. These things cost too much money to just try to catch a banner with them and then never be able to raise anything. I think this female here is awfully good just in terms of body and length and extension, like the practicality that heifer portrays, but yet she still stays pretty honest in her condition. I don't think she's just as cool-chested or stout-boned as maybe a couple of the other cattle out here in contention, but man, I'd love to have a set of cattle in a pasture full of females that are this type of practical, this kind of balance, and still have a tremendous amount of quality. So nice lineup out here. I think it's pretty close, or I think it's close for reserve, but I think it's a pretty clear-cut winner. The gentleman up front will have our champion. I'm going to follow with class number 2 here for reserve. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations to ring number 29, Jackson Corner with REIB Phyllis 336, your champion Angus female. And in reserve, ring number 35, Emily Hartle with Nostad Blackbird 2L. Again, this class was sponsored by Merit Insurance Brokers Incorporated and Dudgeon Cattle Co. So if any representatives would like to present those banners at the photo area, now is your opportunity.
Well, now that we're finished with the Angus division here, Eric seems to be busy on the phone with his agent right now. But we're going to make some comments on this Angus show, because when we really studied everything, one of the things I did notice that's a little different maybe about some of those top-end cattle is, Eric, I wanted to ask you about it, is they are getting a little high in their tailhead. And is that just maybe fitting, or are they perched up there a little bit?
I think they are getting perched up a little more, Paulie, and it's really neat if you can find one that old tailhead's sitting down in between their pins and level-hipped and have enough shape and everything. The nice thing about the heifers that tend to be a little more higher tail-headed, if we look at these cattle from a profile point, these cattle are going to be a little longer fronted, a little fancier, and it's just the way their spine lays, and they're going to go ahead and cock their tail heads up a little more than what the cattle that tend to have a little more shape or power or muscle in them when their tail heads are setting down where it belongs. But that's being pretty nitpicky. We say they're pretty high. They're not really raw around their tail heads yet. They're still level enough and wide enough at their pins, so.
Yeah, it was just an observation that I did see out there, and I definitely do agree with you. When it kind of looks like it's an afterthought and set up on top, then yeah, I know that there is a little issue and maybe a tougher time calving too sometimes when you get into those really bad tail-headed cattle. But all in all, with this Angus show, I was really impressed, actually, for this time of year with the cattle and people not having wash racks at home to get these heifers in the shape that they've got them in. I just, it's pretty impressive. We're just going to take a little break here and get ready for the Charolais division in here next. So maybe now is a good time to go get some green food coloring and put it in that beer for today.
Now starting our Charolais division, we're going to start off with heat number 1 and 2 as a combined heat with 3 entries in this class. On deck, we'll be looking for heat number 3, followed by our breed champion class.
Okay, we're back here with the Charolais show. We got first heifer in is ring number 69, Grace Dudgeon. She's got a Prairie Cove heifer that was born April 2nd. I missed the numbers on the next two, so we'll just have to wait and see when they do come around here. But 3 heifers, young heifers, to start the Charolais show. I lost my partner for a while, but they did find him, and he's back here and ready to roll.
How do I say it, Paulie? Nature called. Anyway, well, this is a nice class of heifers. We got 3 heifers out here. The second heifer is entry number 70, Michaela Lott. On the Cinderella, 311, she is an ET heifer. Is that it? The third heifer standing in line is from Erica Roselle, entry number 72. She's a February 25th.
Very nice class of Charolais cattle. I thought it was really close up top, and I was kind of torn. I kind of went back to kind of my first impression and used this heifer that wins the class. She's a little rougher haired, maybe than the female that resides in second. But what I really appreciate is the moderation of frame size this heifer has, and she has a distinct advantage in terms of her center body. I think she's softer in her heart, she's more uniform in her depth, and she definitely appears to be the easier fleshing option that should be a very cost-efficient brood cow. I like those attributes of her. She takes a pretty long step here from the side. You know, we could see her maybe just a little bit more appropriate in her frontal base width. She'll stand a little wide up front. Maybe her shoulder comes off of her forerib a little bit, and then from behind, it's kind of the same story. I'd like to see her square as she tracks from hock to ground. Heifer that comes in second has got some really big-time pieces. I think if she bellies down, she's going to be one heck of a bred female because she's awfully neat in terms of her neck design. I like the levelness that she has. She's more progressive in her bone work than the heifer that wins this particular class, and she's thick. She's got plenty of dimension when I get behind the cattle as well. I just couldn't quite convince myself she's soft enough. I think if she bellies down, young lady, you're going to have a heck of a heifer here. Just needs a shot more depth, probably to rival our class winner here today. Then we complete the class with a female that's certainly very impressive in terms of the dimension that she has. She's got some thickness through her quarter, really got some depth to her heart as well. Probably just doesn't piece herself together with the balance of the cattle in front of her. She wants to round out of her hip, maybe break behind her shoulder blade. Got a little extra set built into her hind leg.
Leading off this first class of Charolais heifers is ring number 69, Grace Dudgeon with Miss Prairie Cove 389L. In second, ring number 72, Eric Roselle with SSS JS Princess Leia 1L. In third, ring number 70, Michaela Lott with NXT 641D Cinderella 311ET. Entering the ring now is heat number 3 of the Charolais breeding heifers.
We got heat 3 of the Charolais coming in. The first heifer in is exhibited by Caitlin Redner with Baker Farms Lavender Haze. Second one in is ring number 74, Tenley Parker with WSS Laura. She's a January 11th heifer. 75 is Alyssa Hayward with WSS Lexi, and she's January 8th. 76 is Alyssa Hayward with ACL Lunar Eclipse, and she was born January 7th. Then we get into Faith Booma's heifer, entry EVF Starstruck 314L, another January heifer. And then Anna Sutcliffe's 2 entries will round it out. Amabec Loretta, January 5th, and Over the Top Louisiana is a January 3rd entry. Eric, I just wanted to mention one thing. The heifer that won that class, the first heat there of the Charolais, she is out of the Supreme Champion female at Agribition from a couple of years ago, the Berkeley Ann Charolais female, really nice female. We happened to be there to see her maybe 3 years ago.
That's really good, Paulie. And the heifer that she's going to have to compete against is leading this class off right now. That's going to be a nice, fast decision for champion Charolais female. This is really a good class from top to bottom again, but boy, this old heifer is leading this class off. She's pretty complete.
Again, like I say, Eric, I like to spend a little time and get it right as to just jumping in and picking one. But I guess I have to agree with you. This is a very nice heifer that's leading off this class. Really love the design and just the smoothness and how she blends in from the front of her right back into her tail head. Just a really nice female. I just want to make a shout out here in this class. I just seen my good buddy Tyler Burgomaster's in this class showing a heifer, and it's really great to see him out there. I'm surprised that he doesn't have a hockey tournament on this weekend, but it's nice to see him come out and help people do some showing. So shout out to Tyler. Good guy.
Just so everybody knows, the photos from yesterday are posted up by Innovation Media. So if you're looking for your showmanship photos, please take a look online.
Nice class of Charolais cattle out here. I think the heifer that wins the class is just the most maternal in her image from the side, and I make that assessment because I read her to be the deepest in her heart and her midrib. I like the shape to her head and neck. I think it looks a little bit more ladylike than some of her competition, and then her muscle system stretches onto her framework in a longer, smoother fashion. I think that all paints a little bit more feminine, maternal image here from the side. That's among the reasons that I like that heifer to win. She's getting a little filled up down there through her brisket, so we probably could clean her up a little bit up there, but an awful nice heifer. Really got a nice set of teats underneath her as well. The heifer in second is just really powerful, and if I was probably going to take one home with the goal of raising production bulls, this would be the female I would take because she's the boldest sprung, the most dimensional, the heaviest muscled, and obviously she's achieved a performance advantage as well. Heifer with that extra power, she wants to round out of her hip just a fraction, maybe isn't quite as deep in her midrib, and two, maybe getting a little chubby down there through her chest, but I got to brag on her udder. It looks like her bag is going to be really good someday. Her teats are square and very feminine as well. Heifer that comes in third is practical and deep in her rib design. Obviously, the yellow heifer takes a little longer to appreciate just because she's a little rough in her hair coat, but I think she's got all the hallmarks of being a really great cow. She probably just gives up the extra punch and dimension to the cattle that stand directly in front of her. I like the heifer that comes in five. She's practical and moderate. I like the fleshing ability that she has. Again, if you've got an environment that maybe doesn't have quite as much forage, this heifer would be tailor-made to thrive in one of those settings. I read her to be just a little frailer at the ground. Shorter-necked heifer probably gives up true width and power to the cattle that stand directly in front of her. Young lady's heifer that comes next, another more moderate frame female. She's strong top, really honest in her condition, and I think she's an upgrade in terms of bone than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. I just wish there was more of her. I think that heifer is maybe a little shorter all the way throughout, female that gives up just body capacity. Big extended heifer that comes next, great outline from a strength to top line standpoint. She's actually really nice out of her hip and her tail head set there. I'm just a little apprehensive of that heifer we kick her out in production. I'm afraid if we get her off show feed there, she might expose herself to be a little tougher in her condition. Maybe a heifer just a little more tubular in her rib design. Feet and legs and balance are excellent. I just wish we had more body. Then we complete the class of the heifer that's got quite a bit of natural thickness. She's really dimensional from behind. I read her a little rounder in the way she's assembled out of her hip and her shoulder, a little heavier fronted relative to being a little average in terms of her body depth.
Leading out this third heat of Charolais breeding heifers, we have ring number 73, Caitlin Redner, with Baker Farms Lavender Haze 16L. In second, ring number 77, Faith Bauma, with EVF Starstruck 314L. In third, ring number 75, Alyssa Haywood with WSS Lexi 317L. In fourth, ring number 76, Alyssa Haywood with ACL Lunar Eclipse 131L. In fifth, ring number 78, Anna Sutcliffe with Emma Beck Loretta 4L. In sixth, ring number 74, Tenley Parker with WSS Laura 327L. In seventh, ring number 79, Anna Sutcliffe with Over the Top Louisiana 301L. Now in the ring, we have our Charolais breed champion female. This class is sponsored by Huron Tractor and Farm Credit Canada. If there are representatives from those businesses that would like to present the banners, please make your way to the photo area.
Judge has got a nice pair of heifers to make a decision on here. Both those heifers are very, very similar as far as really nicely balanced heifers that are super, super good fronted, really going to make good mama cows. Once, the age thing's the only factor. Appears to me like maybe one of the heifers just a little stouter and deeper in her rear flank, maybe a little cleaner naveled. The other heifer's just so fresh up through her front end and really going to make a mama cow. Good pair of heifers. Got two heifers here that were second in their division. Both those heifers are going to make good old big strong cows. They got all kinds of length of body to them. They're very strong in their tops. Just not quite as soft looking right now as compared to the heifers we have out here that won the classes. Really good set of heifers though. Thank you.
So, Eric, one comment about these the Charolais heifers out here, and I guess going back to the European breeds or the continental breeds when they came over in the early 70s, I think maybe the Charolais have held truest as to what they came over for, and that was a lot of power and a lot of muscle and a lot of weight in their weaned calves. But they've also really improved on their balance and on the structure, and have really improved what they needed to improve, but yet got lots of power and muscle still left in them. We'll get our judges' comments.
Got a great lineup of Charolais cattle out here, folks. If you don't mind, let's put our hands together, congratulate these exhibitors. I think it's a really close call, and I think you could certainly go a little different ways and be justified. I like this set of cattle awfully well. Just to reiterate and to talk them, I think our class winners both do some things that are pretty interesting to me. Obviously, we think about Charolais cattle. They're cattle that are used in the kind of production industry to kind of add true growth and power and dimension. And we got a pair of class winners here that I think embody those traditional strengths in terms of performance, but do so in a very maternal fashion. Both those cattle are deep and practical in their rib design, and they look like they're going to be just fantastic cows. Now, if I could, just talk about some of the subtle differences amongst them. That heifer that wins the first class, I read her to be bolder and wider throughout. I think she's got more spring to her rib cage, and I think from the profile, I can't help but notice that heifer has got more slope to her shoulder and bend into her forearm and knee, and consequently she just takes a longer, more athletic stride as I study her here from the side. Now she's not quite as long up front, and I would like to see her a little safer in her hind legs. She'll kind of put her extra weight on her outside hoof wall there and start to roll out a little bit in her hock. I know we get some snow and ice up here. That's one of those attributes I'd definitely like to see her a little bit more secure in terms of the way she's built out of her hind leg. Heifer that was second in that class, I think has got the most upside of any of the cattle in this lineup. She maybe just doesn't have quite the body today. And when we got two really nice class winners, it's but she's got upside, but maybe just not quite there yet. Heifer that wins the second class is really another great-bodied female. She's taller shouldered than the heifer that stands in front of her. She's longer and more extended up through her front end, and I do read her to be a little safer in terms of her hind leg design. I like those attributes of her, and she too is one that's really, really maternal in the way that she's built. I could change that heifer in a place or two. I think she's getting a little bit more condition on her as I study her through her brisket, and I think that heifer too is getting just a little forward in terms of the set to her knee, but I do like that she stays underneath herself very comfortably or very secure as I study her go there from behind. So I like all those heifers awfully well. I think you could certainly justify doing a lot of different things. I'm going to go ahead and kind of stick with my gut here and use the young lady out of the first class. She'll be our champion. We'll use class 2 for reserve. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors with a round of applause.
Congratulations to ring number 69, Grace Sturgeon, with Miss Prairie Cove 389L as your Charolais female champion. And in reserve, ring number 73, Caitlin Redner with Baker Farms Lavender Haze 16L. This class was sponsored by Huron Tractor and Farm Credit Canada. If there are representatives from those businesses that would make their way to the photo area, now is the time. Following a photo break, we will be moving right into our crossbred breeding heifer classes.
Well, Eric, we got finish up the Charolais show, and two of the heifers I guess we thought we were going to see go. So we're just going to end this off for a little bit, have our photo break, and then we'll come back in here with the crossbreds, which there's quite a few, 3 heats, and looks like a lot. We don't have our scratches in yet, but just want to make the comment that the judge seems to be trying to be as practical as he can with the cattle and using more about what they're going to be like when they become cows, as opposed to just doing a strict show, the show theme.
And the unusual part of the whole show, Paul, is the fact that you're getting kind of halfway close to what they're doing here in the show.
So apparently, Eric, you're not familiar with the sentence or the old saying, even the old blind sow turns over the odd acorn every once in a while.
not Pee Wee,
Getting a little later in the morning here, Eric, and we're starting to see more people file in. Getting a lot of local older guys coming to watch the show, and I guess some of these guys, maybe just need to take a little bit of a knowledgeable look at these people and just see how strong these young kids are doing. We just had, speaking of young kids, we just had a young lad that's graduated from the junior thing come up to talk to Eric here, so it's really nice to see them coming back and come by and say hi to us old guys and look around and see how much fun they're having. And we talked about the way that the kids need to enjoy it, and it's nice to see these other kids coming back and enjoying, even though they've graduated from the junior shows. We're just waiting a few more minutes until we start the Crossbred division, just finishing up the pictures.
Entering the ring now, we have Crossbred breeding heifers, heat number 1. We're looking for 9 entries in this class.
Leading off the class of crossbred breeding heifers is lot number 80 from James McNaughton on a heifer called Eve. She's on April 5th. 81 is Presley Eby on a Buttercup. She's a May 1st, okay. Then we have Connor Schwackhammer on Montana 1L. She's an April 28th. There's only a 30-day spread here in these heifers. Emily Harlow came in with Daisy 88L. 84 is Felicity Groves on Whiskey 41L. 86 is Andy Curse on Blackie. 87 is Peyton Hastings on Pride of Bismarck, 42L. And ending up the class is Mia Hurley on We Don't Know, but she's a nice heifer.
Well, Eric, we're into these crossbred heifers, and now when we get them out in the move and take a look at them, it's there could be any breed. There could be some keys in here. There could be Maine crosses. Hereford, Simmental, some red Shorthorn heifers as well. So we don't know what these crossbreds are, so we're taking a look at these heifers as breeding heifers, is how they're going to get bred, not for market, and that's the difference here with these heifers. Big heifer over there, the fourth heifer in Emily Hardo Scott, and then a smaller framed heifer in behind her there, shown by Felicity Groves. Decent. We'll just see what the preference of Judge DeClercq is.
Got a nice lineup of crossbred cattle out here, and again, kind of dealer's choice in terms of what your type and kind may be. I landed on the young lady's black-hided heifer here. I think she's the one that's the most elegant in terms of her look from the profile. I like the fact that she's smoother shouldered and just a little bit more refined and feminine than the cattle that stand directly behind her. Boy, she's dead level in her top line. Very uniform in terms of her depth, and then I think her foot size and structural correctness is more conducive for the long haul. I think that heifer is one that's quite a bit more athletic in terms of the way that she's built out of her hind leg. She does get just a little up and down in terms of the angle to her shoulder blade, and she's not as opened up as the cattle behind her, but I think that's an awful good one to win this class. I thought it was close between 2 and 3. Both those are big-bodied cattle that I'd certainly characterize as very dimensional. I think the heifer that ends up in second is a little more proportional in her height to length ratio. She's a taller shouldered heifer. I think she's longer and smoother in her muscle pattern, particularly through her quarter. And I also like that heifer for being kind of deeper bodied. I think she's got a little more maternal image for me from the side. Now, she's a little thicker and deeper at the base of her neck. Maybe she's a heifer that doesn't draw up quite as level as the heifer that wins this class. Heifer that comes in third has got some very interesting pieces. If I was going to go home and try to raise steers, this would be my first pick of this lineup because she's so long and extended up through her front end. That heifer is the boldest rib, the biggest boned, and without question the most muscular through her quarter and stifle. So if you like this heifer to win this class, I wouldn't argue with you. Now, for my personal taste, she runs downhill just a little bit with that extra muscle mass. She also, that comes with the territory of being a little rounder at her shoulder blade, a little rounder out of her hip. But, boy, that's a heck of a heifer to stand in the third hole. I like the yellow baldy a lot, and I think this one outlines with so much quality from the side. I've got to brag on the fact that she's the leanest heifer in the lineup, and even though she's lean, she's still deep in her heart and her midrib, a heifer that's very elegant up through her head and neck. I think the build of her shoulder is smoother. It's got a little bit more kind of Cavanese look for me as I start to kind of think about that heifer long term. But with that extra refinement about her head and neck, she's not as intense in terms of her bone work. I think she's a little frailer from the hock down, and as she studies her out of her hip and hind leg, she just doesn't plant her hind leg with conviction and authority out here. I just wish she was a little bit more articulate in terms of that rear leg design and a little bigger bone. Nice heifer that comes next, big-bodied, practical, great balance. I like those things about her. She, too, is starting to get a little extra condition on her. As I study that heifer track away from me, she'll pull in at the point of her hock and maybe set down a little wide. And so that's maybe an attribute I'd like to change, particularly, I grew up in the Midwest, and I'm sure it's the same case up here. We get a little ice and a little bit of snow. That could be kind of a little bit of a problem, be a little cumbersome kind of on those tougher surfaces like that. The red heifer that comes next, long and extended up front, dead level in her top line. Heifer, I just wish there was more of her. She reads a little tight in her heart, probably wants to pair up a little narrow at her hock, and that tells a story of her just not being as opened up and dimensional as the cattle in front of her. The baldy heifer's moderate frame, she's deep-bodied, she gets out here and catches her step every time, a little plainer in her image from the profile, maybe a heifer that's a little shorter and more compact all the way throughout. And then we complete the class with another baldy heifer that's big and extended in her kind, long-bodied, strong in her top line. Just need to make her bigger rib and probably give her more just depth of flank to accommodate that added frame size that she has.
Leading off this class of crossbred heifers is ring number 83, Emily Hartle with SOG Daisy 88L. In second, ring number 88, Maya Hurley. In third, ring number 84, Felicity Groves with SSC Miss Whiskey 41L. In fourth, ring number 81, Presley Eby with Entourage Bees Buttercup. In fifth, ring number 87, Peyton Hastings with SSC, Pride of Bismarck 42L. In sixth, ring number 82, Connor Schwackhammer with Bonavista, Montana 1L. In seventh, ring number 80, James McNaughton with Eve. And in eighth, ring number 86, Andy Kierce with Blackie. Now entering the ring is Crossbred Breeding Heifers Heat number 2.
Leading off crossbred breeding heifers, heat number 2, we have Peyton Stever with Prophet's Whittle 15 out. She's a March 15th heifer. The next heifer in line is from Alexa Hurley, and we don't know anything about her, but we know she was a March 13th heifer. The next heifer in line is from Ava Noonan. She looks a lot like an Angus heifer. Her heifer's name is Lightning Bug, supposedly. 222.23. I'm going to check that one out. We have Kennedy Howell with Trap Queen. Really, really good heifer, guys. Everybody watch for her in this class. Next heifer is Spice Rum from Morgan Gilpin. The next heifer in line is Brody Blinkiron. And we don't know anything about that heifer other than she's a February 15th heifer. The next heifer is Anna Sutcliffe on the Charolais heifer Over the Top, 307L.
Eric, just want to make a comment about the last class. We didn't see the Hurley heifer down in the corner there, but 3 really nice heifers at the top of that class. It was definitely the way to start off the crossbred division. And it's nice to see our ringman out here helping things out. Adam Smith's jumping in to help out with the Charolais heifer, and that's the good part. But yeah, let's focus on this class here, folks. This is a really nice class of crossbred heifers. Again, Eric, here, just the quality of the showmanship here is pretty impressive on these kids. They just keep coming out and getting them presented very well, and with help from the people out back. I just want you to comment a little bit just about when you started showing steers back in the 1930s. Can you go on and mention to us about that, or sorry, the 60s?
No.
Well, I remember when I first started 4-H, we didn't even have show sticks back at that time. So a lot of things really have changed a lot since then. So it is nice to see how they've really proved things. I just wish I could have got a comment from Eric, but there's a first for everything, that he remains quiet.
Another very nice class here, Crossbred cattle. I think we got quality all the way down, but I still thought there was a pretty dominant winner out here. Young lady's heifer is just kind of in a league of her own from a power perspective. Boy, she is extremely opened up and blessed with a tremendous amount of natural width. It starts just up front. She's wide-chested. She kind of exits her sternum into a really bold center body there, and then that kind of sets the stage for her just to express a tremendous amount of muscle mass throughout. What I like for being just chock full of power, she still organizes herself in a great balanced fashion. She's strong top, uniform in her depth from chest to flank, big boned, and a female that's got a nice look here from the side. Now, like many cattle that are very progressive for power, a little extra shoulder comes with the territory. We probably could make her a little smoother up front, but boy, I think that one could be extremely fun when it comes to brood cows. She looks like she could really generate with all that extra power that she does represent. Heifer that comes in second, I thought it was a close call between 2 and 3. I thought the heifer in second's a little bigger in terms of her linear height. She's got a little more frame score to her here, but the taller shouldered heifer is still actually really bold ribbed and dimensional. I thought that was kind of a cool combo. That heifer's big and more extended, but still bold and dimensional. I think lots of times the easiest way to accomplish extra width is to make them short and compact. That's not the case with this heifer from a breeding perspective. I think that gives her a lot of versatility. She's got a little bit more set built into her hock than the heifer that comes in third, just probably not quite as exquisite from the side, not quite as sharp looking as the female that precedes her. Heifer that comes in third is really interesting to me. I like how long-fronted she is. She's extremely round and bold and robust in terms of her rib cage here. Got a lot of dimension when we get behind the cattle as well. Heifer that gets just a little limited in the use out of her hock. She stands a little posty in her rear too. Then on the go, she'll kick up in her spine and maybe just get just a little bit stiff in those rear joints. Nice heifer that comes in fourth. Boy, this is a problem-free heifer. You'd certainly think there's a lot of mating versatility with a heifer like this because she's deep-bodied, she's sound on her feet and legs, a heifer that's long and smooth in her muscle pattern. You know, maybe she's got just a dab of chest, but more than anything, she just gives up the extra dimension from behind of the cattle that stand in front of her, even though she's by no means narrow. She's just not quite as progressive for power. Nice heifer that comes next that kind of got a little snip on her top of her eye there in terms of a little white and some dab there. Appreciate that heifer awfully well for being long and extended, strong in her top line, maybe not quite as deep-bodied as the cattle in front of her. She too is a heifer that maybe wants to see her just a little bit more coordinated from behind. She can get just a little off in that regard. The Charolais influence heifer that comes next, lean and extended, obviously just maybe one of her first times to town here, not wanting to take the trip the best. Heifer's got some quality to her here. Just like to see her further along from a condition standpoint. She reads a little harsh, and her heart and her flank just needs more time on feed to probably belly down and look the part. We complete the class of the black baldy heifer that's honest in her condition, strong in her top line. I think her moderation of frame size is conducive to holding up in a wide cross-section of environments. You know, out here she just struck me a little frail in terms of her make, gave up some dimension when we get behind the cattle.
Leading off Crossbred breeding heifer heat number 2 is ring number 93, Kennedy Howe with Trap Queen. In second, ring number 95, Brody Blankyron. In third, ring number 91, Alexa Hurley. In fourth, ring number 92, Ava Noonan with CNS Duchess Lightning Bug. In fifth, ring number 90, Peyton Stever with DERR Prophet's Widow 15L. In sixth, ring number 96, Anna Sutcliffe with Over the Top 307L. In seventh, ring number 94, Morgan Gilpin with Spiced Rum. Now entering the ring is Crossbred breeding heifer heat number 3. On deck we'll be looking for our champion Crossbred breeding female class. This next class will be sponsored by Jones's Feed Mills and CDN Concrete.
Eric, this crossbred class here, the last heat is number 97, Paige Lougheed. She's all of these calves are January heifers. Number 98 is Ben Gilpin with Luna, January 15th. Then we have an added entry into this class is Jackson Corner with Campbell Co-Heifer. She's a January. And then Carson Blinkiron has Lucy 6L. And last is Tyson Smith. And this is Headliner Luna 1L.
Alert, alert. Look at the third heifer, guys. This is kind of the kind that will get pretty competitive as day goes on. This lot number 85, third heifer. Oh, now we got a little bit of an issue. Really good bodied heifer. She found a rock at the far end of the ring. It's a good class of heifers, Polly.
Well, kind of a very thought-provoking class out here. If you kind of were standing ringside thinking, boy, the fact this heifer that wins this class is limping, that's really going to throw a wrench for John out here. Well, you definitely would be right what you were thinking. This is a good heifer. I try to kind of judge them in the manner that I would take them home at, and I still think this heifer's got just a tremendous amount of inherent quality. Standing still, her angles read right. It's obvious she's just really favoring a leg out here, and it's unfortunate because that heifer's got a tremendous amount of quality. I think that she's huge body, great looking. I think their angles read like she'd be a nice structured heifer. She's just not one putting any weight on that one back leg. So I think she's good enough to get through this class just because she does have so much quality. It's going to be a little tough for her to probably get any further just based on the way she's moving today, but that's a heck of a heifer. There's a nice female that ends up in second. She's bold sprung. She's dimensional. I think she's got some thickness when we get behind the cattle. She's not as progressive in terms of her stoutness from the hock down. I just don't think she's as big bone. She's maybe just a little bit more generic through her chest floor in terms of having a little extra skin up front. I like the heifer in third. She's long and extended up through her front end. She's level in her top line. I think that heifer's got some dimension when I get behind the cattle, really square in that regard. Just a little tight in her heart. And I think the fact she's a little tight in her heart and cinched up in her flank makes her appear a little bit more tubular in her rib design relative to that pair of big-bodied cattle that's standing in front of her. The red heifer that comes next, I thought the next two heifers were similar. They're both moderate in their frame and good in terms of their top line. I thought the red heifer was just a little bit fresher in her condition. She's cleaner down there through her chest. Just wish there was more performance in that heifer. She reads a little fragile and a little bit closed up. Then we complete the class with a black-coated heifer that's another moderate frame, strong top type of heifer. Nice teat design underneath that heifer as well. Starting to really drop out in her chest, and I think that compromises her balance from the side because she runs up to her flank. Just wish there was a little more of that heifer as well.
Leading off this last heat of crossbred heifers is ring number 85, Jackson Corner, with Campbell Co. Queen 1A. And second, ring number 99, Carson Blenkiron with Lucy 6L. In third, ring number 97, Paige Lougheed. In fourth, ring number 98, Ben Gilpin with Luna. And in fifth, ring number 100, Tyson Smith with tieback headliner Luna 1L. That completes our crossbred classes. We now have the champion crossbred female coming into the ring. This class is sponsored by Jones Feed Mills Limited and CDN Concrete. If there are representatives from those businesses that would like to be in the photo, please make your way to the photo area.
No.
Well, we're back in here for champion crossbred female. I'm not sure if the heifer that won that last class is going to be back in. As Eric made note, just as she rounded the corner, she either stepped on a rock or something and hurt her right hind leg. So I'm not sure she's going to make it back into the ring. So we've got the first two heat winners here, and Eric has spread his knowledge to me and said that the winner of this division is going to be the heifer out of the second heat.
We've got a great lineup of crossbred heifers out here, folks. If you don't mind, let's put our hands together and congratulate these firsts and seconds. I'll tell you what, you guys have been just a great crowd, and I really appreciate everybody being here today to support these young people. Sometimes it's pretty grueling, kind of getting show cattle to the ring and to a show. It takes so much time and effort, but you can tell for these students out here, they're doing what they love, and that's what you certainly appreciate, that we got a big crowd out here to support these young people today. I thought we had a really nice division of crossbred cattle out here. I'll tell you what my kind of attributes are, what I'm trying to look for, I guess, when I'm judging these cattle. I've always believed that, that the way I try to sort them is how I'd want to take them home, how I'd want to breed on them, and I think that lends me to try to use the traits that I would say are everlasting, the traits that are truly going to transmit structure, balance, dimension, those types of things, right? I think there are things that are minute to minute, that being flesh and condition, sometimes even performance. If we're going to call a spade, sometimes these show cattle aren't the most honest aged, and so maybe they look big or have a little performance in their context of their class. I'm trying to judge them for what they're going to look like, what are they going to generate as cows. And so, we had that last class there. I used that heifer that was limping. I thought she had a lot of quality long term. I'd still want to take her home, but obviously her Angus red right, she just had sustained an injury out here, so that's why I probably ended up using that one to win that class. Looks like she decided not to come back out, which I would agree with. I'd want to get one that good off of her feet too if I had a heifer of that caliber. So we got two class winners that left out here. We talked about the heifer that won the first class. She was really problem free in terms of her make. I think the build of her shoulder is smoother than the heifer that stands behind her, and her shoulder fits more seamlessly onto her forerib than the heifer that wins that next class. She's a little bit more ladylike in terms of just the stretch to her muscle system, the way that it lays together. Now, as I get behind the cattle, she's not near as opened up, but she's certainly a female that's very feminine, but just not as bold and dense. From the profile, I like the top of her neck is fresh. The bottom of her neckline is clean. We could probably just stretch her out a little bit up through her front end. Heifer that wins the second class, just has got that extra dimension and width to look like it insinuates that she's really going to generate. I know back home, sometimes our cows that have got that great silhouette from the side, but maybe lack a little bit of genuine width, just don't seem to raise as good a calves as those cows that got a little bit extra punch and dimension like this female to me that have made the most profound impact on our breeding program. And when I study this heifer just in terms of the shape to her rib design, the extra just broad pin set that she has, and that muscle volume throughout. She just got so much power. I think she's got a lot of mating versatility, a lot of options you can take her to there, and probably upgrade her in a place or two that we'd like to. So I do think with that extra power, she's a little wide in her frontal base width, got a little bit more shoulder to her there. I think that heifer's sound on her feet and legs, but she's maybe just not as athletic and have that extra bend and reach up front as a couple of these other heifers. But when you consider how powerful she is, I think she's still a very, very good structured female. And then for her to have so much thickness, it's just downright impressive that she holds it all together from the side. There's a lot of power, a lot of mass in that heifer, and she's just dead level down her top line, still really attractive up through her front end. That's the one I'd want to take home as a donor cow, and that's why that young lady's going to have our champion. We're going to go ahead and follow up with class number 1 for reserve. Congratulations.
Oh, there you go, Eric. Got the champion and reserve crossbreds, and you picked that heifer. It's a pretty impressive heifer, that's for sure.
Crossbred female. It goes to Kennedy Howe with Trap Queen. In reserve, we have Emily Hartle with SOG Daisy 88L. This class was sponsored by Jones Feed Mills and CBN Concrete. Please make your way to the photo area. Following a photo break, we will be moving right into our single class of Galloway breeding heifers. Following that, we'll be looking for Hereford breeding heifers.
Well, we have a minute here, Eric. I just, they're taking some pictures, and I just wanted to kind of continue the conversation that the judge kind of mentioned about aging of heifers and changing the dates of heifers just a little bit. Now, as a judge, if you're out in the ring and you see something that is off a little bit, what is your duty as a judge? You just go ahead and place them as they are, or do you make mention, or how do you do that as a professional judge?
I don't know about the professional part, Paulie, but I think when you start talking about cattle that are somewhat questionable, then they kind of stand out themselves. I think, do you put the onus on the breeder? Do you put the onus on the association? Where does it stop at? Are we going to go back to mouthing? Are we going to do DNA? I mean, you can go on and on and on. I guess as far as cattle you see out in the show, I think it's discrepancy. If the cattle walk in the ring, at that point in time, it's probably the discrepancy of the judge to go ahead and say, hey, I think maybe that heifer just kind of gets outside the limits of what is big enough or whatever in that particular class. And they'll just the judge will kind of sort things out. And that heifer could end up maybe down the line, maybe she'll end up on top. And at that point in time, then do you go ahead and have other breeders ticked off? Are we going to go ahead and create a monster here or not? But I think for the most part, most of the cattle, and you get in younger classes, yeah, that can go ahead and fudge a little bit. As cattle get older, they sort themselves out, guys. It's pretty easy when you get in the older yearling classes. Hell, they're all big enough if they make it to that point in time. And the younger classes, yeah, a little bit might go on, but I think a judge can go ahead and sort through and say that, yeah, she's probably outside the limit of where she needs to be for frame size and that kind of thing.
That's good. I was just, it just seems to be a hot talking point, like you said, especially in the calves, around the shows and that. But if we do have the judges that, say the heifer may be a little more mature for her age, then, we go ahead and do it. But I agree with you definitely when we get into the yearlings, and then it's for sure as they get into 2-year-olds and mature cows, the age really doesn't matter as much. So if we're looking at overall structure and balance and quality of the heifers, the judge goes ahead and does that first, and we're not trying to have the tallest one like maybe we did back in the the 80s and into the 90s. So yeah, just a curious thing that I was glad to see that you wanted to mention on and had a comment on it. Thank you.
Entering the ring now, we have our Galloway breeding heifer class. This is the only class in this division, so the class winner will also be the champion Galloway female. The champion Galloway class is sponsored by Empire Farms and Huron Tractor, so if there are representatives from those businesses, please make your way to the photo area.
Starting off our Galloway breeding class, we're leading the class off with 102. That's from Haley Dawson on Glenfiddich, Lady Gaga. She's a March 5th heifer. The second heifer in the ring is 101. That's Dylan Gretzen on Suncrest, Lady Bug. She's an April 26th. Next heifer in line is Andy Curse on Glenfiddich, Lucky Charm, 10L. Next heifer is Casey Dawson on Glenfiddich Lush. Next heifer is Elizabeth LeBlanc on Glenfiddich Luxurious. And the last heifer that came in the ring is Sophie Blake on Suncrest Laney. For what it's worth, if you're watching from home right now, this Galloway class, I'm not saying we're going to talk total power, but if we talk pattern and design, this class of heifers right here is bar none the most consistent class we've had a chance to view today, just on cut and outline. For you Galloway breeders out there that are watching and tuned in to watching this class right now here in Ancaster, you should be pretty proud. This is really an outstanding class of heifers.
If Aaron Brady or one of the Brady girls could come to the announcer's table, please.
Got a nice class here, Galloway cattle. The heifer that wins this particular lineup, I thought was the most striking from the profile. Tall-shouldered heifers, longer and more extended up front. I think the extra length of body and depth of side that she has really enhances that high-quality look. And then I think she's actually still got more just natural dimension when I get directly behind the cattle. Probably not as big boned, maybe not quite as got as much set to her knee as the heifer that stands directly behind her, but a nice place to start. I like the practicality of the heifer that comes out in second. Boy, she's big ribbed, she's easy keeping, draws up with a very cost-efficient, low-maintenance look here from the profile, but she's got just a little bit more hide and a little extra skin underneath her neckline there. Probably just not the extension of the cattle that stand right on either side of her. The third place heifer is really chiseled out up front. I like how feminine the shape to her head and neck is. And then she's still a heifer that's got some depth of body and fleshing ability. You know, she ties up a little bit here on the go. A heifer that gets a little stiff in the way she uses her hock. Consequently, she's more abbreviated in her step off either end. Heifer that can follows her, another kind of bigger boned, deep-sided heifer, really long and extended in her kind. When I get behind the cattle, I think she wants to play out through her quarter, maybe get a little closer at her hock, just a little narrower as an individual, but I really like the femininity and the freshness of that heifer. The brown-hided heifer that comes next is deep-bodied, pretty moderate in terms of her frame, wants to get just a little extra set built into her hock. I know it's a little hair there on her pastern, but it kind of really highlights the fact that she just gets a little stiff in terms of her rear joints. Then we complete the class with a level-made, strong-topped heifer here, one that struck me a little tubular in her rib design, a little tighter in terms of the way she uses her hock.
Leading off this class of Galloway heifers is ring number 102, Haley Dawson with Glenfiddich Lady Gaga. In second, ring number 104, Casey Dawson with Glenfiddich Lutch. In third, ring number 105, Elizabeth LeBlanc with Glenfiddich Luxurious. In fourth, ring number 103, Andy Kearse with Glenfiddich Lucky Charm 10L. In fifth, ring number 106, Sophia Blake with Suncrest Laney. And in sixth, ring number 101, Dylan Garrettson with Suncrest Farm Ladybug. After a photo break, we will be moving into our Hereford heifers.
So we got the Herefords coming in here now, and Heat 1, we've got leading off the class 107, Morgan Gilpin with Chula Vista Lisa. She's a March 24th heifer. Second heifer in 109 is Rebecca Paso with Elm Lodge La-Di-Da. And then Rebecca Hess with 110. She is MCE Roxy. We know the sire on that heifer is Blueprint. And then the entry of Rebecca Paso again with Concordia Star 6L. So these heifers go from February 20th to March 24th.
Class of Hereford heifers here, guys. We've got, if we can get females like the one we've seen in this class here right now, I mean, I think the breed has really got a bright future. All these heifers are going to make nice mama cows, depending on how you're going to go ahead and mate them. But there's one cow here that will go ahead and make a blueprint in her business. Not only a blueprint, an imprint.
Nice class of Hereford cattle to get us kicked off with here. The heifer that wins is my favorite from the profile. I think she's quite a bit fresher in her condition than the cattle that stand in second and third. I know she doesn't have the depth of body that those heifers do, but she's so much leaner. I think if these three heifers were all in the same level of condition, this would probably still be the deepest bodied heifer, and I really do appreciate the fact that she's honest in her condition. Like I said, she just doesn't have the extra bark on her maybe that the cattle behind her do. She's really long and extended up front, dimensional up high, and very honest in that regard. We could level her up just a little bit from hooks to pins. That's being pretty critical of an awful good heifer. Heifer that comes in second does have the depth of body advantage today. She does look awfully easy flushing, which kind of excites me in terms of what she can do in production. I think she's going to be a great cow. She's getting a little extra condition up there around her tailhead. Maybe we could lean up just a little bit. More than anything, she kind of drops out in her chest and just gives up the extra bone and just kind of that cool hind leg that the heifer that wins this particular class has. Heifer that comes next in third, moderate frame, got some depth to her midrib, and we certainly appreciate the fleshing ability she has inherent as well. Heifer that maybe could balance up a little nicer from the side. Bigger naveled heifer wants to cut up in her flank, get a little frailer boned, and maybe a little plainer up to her front end. We complete the class with a long-bodied heifer, one that's very level-made and good-looking up through her front end. When I get behind the cattle, I just like to open her up. She's a little flatter rib, a little tubular in her rib design, and just gives up mass.
Leading off the first heat of Hereford breeding heifers is ring number 110, Rebecca Hess with MCE Roxy 336L. In second, ring number 107, Morgan Gilpin with Chula Vista Lisa 324L. In third, ring number 111, Rebecca Paso with Concordia HT Star 6L. And in fourth, ring number 109, Rebecca Paso with Elm Lodge La-Di-Da 32L. Now entering the ring, we have our Hereford breeding heifers heat number 2. On deck, we're looking for a champion Hereford female class.
In heat number in heat number 2 of the Hereford heifers, we have Sam Haley with Spruce Boulder Laney. She would be a Boulder daughter, born February the 8th, 23. The second heifer is Ethan Passel on Concordia HT Destiny 5L. The third heifer is Ethan Passel, Concordia Miss Diamond 2L. The fourth heifer is 115, and she's Elm Lodge Lights Out 12L. She'd be a Montgomery daughter. 116 is Kyler Van Ness on True Luck Miss Rhonda. We think she's an Empower daughter. And the last heifer would be Cade Van Ness on True Luck Rose 12L on a Perfector 84F daughter.
In behind the announcer's table, we do have some leftover beef and salads from last night, so please feel free to have some lunch.
Good class of Hereford cattle up here, and I'm a big fan of the structural correctness and the running gear of the heifer that wins this particular class. It's always refreshing to find a heifer that's just built right in her structure. I think she's got more slope to her shoulder, a set built into her knee than the heifer that comes in second. And I'm a big fan of her hip and hind leg posture. It's not only attractive, but it's just very flexible. Got a little bit more foot size. She bends her hock with more just freedom and agility here, and certainly plants with conviction off either end of her skeleton. I like the fact she's a big-bodied, long-sided heifer that's still really moderate in her frame. I like these cattle that are moderate but long-bodied because they're the type of females that will stay cost-efficient in production. They're not big, tall, and hard, but they still got the length and the thickness to generate performance and weight to that next generation. Heifer that comes in second is a little more cooler up through her front end. She's taller shouldered, probably a little neater there in her throat latch and her neckline. I appreciate that. Buddy, I'll tell you, you did a great job of showmanship yesterday. I really appreciate when we made the turn here the first time. You were the first person to go back to the gate, so kudos to you and your showmanship ability. I like your heifer awfully well because she's big boned and good looking. She's just not quite as loose made as the heifer that precedes her in this lineup. I think she's a little stoved up in her front end, a little tighter out of her hock and pasture, and she'll come a little bit shy of hitting her step every time. So we just like to see her a little looser from a structural standpoint. Great female that comes in third. She's another big-bodied, cost-efficient replacement. I like the fact she's got some pigment around her eye there. It certainly should bode well for her in production as well. A little bit earlier maturing as the individual. I read her to be shorter in her cannon bone, starting to cake up with a little extra white tissue there around her tail head and through the floor of her chest, just like to lean her up in terms of her condition. Slick-haired heifer's next, and boy, she's awfully nice. She's strong top, uniform in her depth, got a good outline to her. Obviously, the fact she hadn't been blessed with a hair coat out here makes her look a little flatter, but the real reason I guess I got her where I do is that she's a little deep in her chest, maybe kicks up in her spine a little bit as the individual there, kind of nitpicky things, but an awful nice heifer to stand where she does. Good necked heifer that comes next. This young lady does a great job showing cattle. I've enjoyed getting to watch her show over the last couple of days. That heifer is very feminine, refined up through her front end. Unfortunately, that kind of tight throat latch is kind of reflected from their back. She wants to kick up in her flank. That seems to be how it goes sometimes. We make these cattle so cool-fronted, sometimes we don't get the extra dimension and body from behind. Then we complete the class with another big-ribbed, easy-flushing heifer, a heifer that I'd like to change a little bit from a structural standpoint, getting a little fraction forward there in her knee, starting to get a little kind of filled up in her chest and wants to round out of her hip and hind leg design.
Leading off that second heat of Hereford heifers is ring number 115, Heidi McFadden with Elm Lodge Lights Out 12L. In second, ring number 116, Tyler Vanessa with True Luck Miss Rhonda 2845L. In third, ring number 117, Cade Vanessa with True Luck Rose 12L. In fourth, ring number 114, Ethan Paso with Concordia Miss Diamond 2L. In fifth, ring number 113, Ethan Paso with Concordia HT Destiny 5L. And in sixth, ring number 112, Sam Haley with High Spruce Boulder Laney 1L. Now entering the ring is our Hereford Champion Female Drive, and this class is sponsored by O'Neill's Farm Equipment and DMV Genetic Services. If there are representatives from those businesses that would like to come to the photo area, please do so at this time.
Well, we're out for Champion Hereford now with Rebecca Hess's Blueprint heifer that's out in front from the first heat, and then Heidi McFadden has a heifer from Elm Lodge. We're pretty sure she's a Montgomery female. And then from the first split, second place heifer is Morgan Gilpin with a Chula Vista heifer, and then the young Van Ness boy with an Empower female from the Rhonda cow family that was from Harvey's out in Alberta. I know the mother of this second place heifer in the second class was junior champion at Agribition, and Empower was also a winner out at that same Agribition. We're looking for we'll get the comments from Judge DeClercq.
Well, we've got an awful good lineup of Hereford cattle out here, folks. If you don't mind, help me congratulate these students and show them our appreciation with a round of applause. Yeah, I talked earlier, I guess, in that first class about how I'm always trying to adjust in my head what these cattle would look like in a common or if they were at the same level of condition. So my goal is I want to judge on those traits that are everlasting, the things that are going to kind of allow these cattle to generate. And I try to judge them like I would take them home. And I think it's, for me, that's why sometimes I'm adjusting in my head, okay, this heifer's a little leaner, that one's a little fatter. If they're in the same level of condition, which one truly has more rib or which one has more muscle? Those are the same decisions I'm sure you folks are making. When you're buying cattle and maybe you're going out to somebody's pasture sale and you got some calves that maybe never been on creep feed, you're going to adjust in your head what they'd look like once they get some feed into them, once they get clipped out. you're going to adjust that compared to going to a place that's maybe got a production sale and the heifers are in good flesh and bloomy and clipped out. You're going to make that adjustment in your head to figure out which one's the best one to buy. I'm trying to do the same thing out here too. I appreciate cattle that are lean and fresh in their condition. Those are usually the type of cattle that we like to show. I think that it allows those heifers to be sounder, it allows them to be a little bit more elegant. And I know that there's some differences out here amongst our class winners, but what I talked about in that heifer that wins the first class, how lean she is, I think she's got plenty of depth of body. That heifer doesn't have very much condition on her at all. Particularly, there's a vacancy of any sort of condition when I studied her chest, around her tail head. And what's so impressive is since she doesn't have a lot of condition, she's big-topped and really thick-ended. That's a very heavy-muscled Hereford heifer that's got a very sleek look up through her head and neck, and I think part of that is because of the fact that she's honest in her condition. Now, we probably could see that heifer just a little bit more laid back in her shoulder to achieve that extra height of shoulder that she has. She's maybe a little forward in her knee, and we mentioned maybe she's one that's not dead level out of her hip, but I think she's awfully nice. The structural correctness of the heifer that wins the second class, this might be my favorite heifer in terms of her structure of any of the cattle we've had come through the ring today. I'm just enamored with her feet. They're big and rugged and durable. She's got a great set to her structure off both ends of her skeleton there. Her athleticism and agility on the move is hard to miss. Now, the longer she stands, she'll get a little easy in her top line because she is so long-bodied. But more than anything, I'd just like to see her a little cleaner up through her front end. So, it's kind of a close call for me. I think the heifer that wins the first class probably got more upside as a show heifer. Heifer that wins the second class is the type of cattle you just love to have a pasture full of them because she's so problem-free in her structural build, and she looks like she's going to be very practical. So, close decision. I think if I was thinking about my nephews and mine, what we'd want to show, I'd probably still take the heifer out of that first class. So we'll go ahead and make her our champion. We'll follow up with our second class winner for reserve. Congratulations.
Our champion Hereford female goes to Rebecca Hess with MCE Roxy 336L, and our reserve champion goes to Heidi McFadden with Elm Lodge Lights Out 12L. This class was sponsored by O'Neill's Farm Equipment and DMV Genetic Services. Next in the ring, we're looking for a percentage Simmental class. There's only one class in this division, so it will be our champion class as well. For those of you who weren't here on Friday night, we had an excellent seminar put on by Innovation Media. Stacy Young, who's doing our photography this weekend, she was able to connect with some of the youth and give some tips and tricks on photography with show cattle and sale cattle that these young youth can take on home to their business and grow as individuals with. Our event is based on the growth of the juniors, and things like this are a great opportunity for the kids to take part in. We also had a pizza dinner on Friday night sponsored by Angus Farms. So let's have a round of applause for Innovation Media and Angus Farms on providing a great educational night for our youth. Also a reminder that Brussels will be closing in about 10 minutes.
Well, we have a break here. We've kicked Eric out of the broadcast booth and brought in Adam Smith. He's one of the board members on the show and is hardworking ringman here today. And Adam, thanks for joining us. I just want to talk a little bit about the show and thank you for, as a board member, for working and doing all the work. And maybe you can lend a little insight as to the things behind the scene that happen to make this show a success.
Well, thanks, Paul, for all your commentary today, and thank you for everyone tuning in online and watching in person as well. We're in our third year here, and pleased to see the show grow year over year here, and this is by far on a per head basis our largest show yet, and just a lot of thanks to give. A lot of helping hands come in to contribute to such an event like this, especially the sponsors. We're in great set of facilities here, and we've been fortunate to give a lot back to the youth here too, in forms of some apparel and some meals throughout the weekend here. So a big thank you to our sponsors. You'll see them in the show program and announced periodically throughout the show. Please make sure if you do any business with them, just to thank them for their contribution, and just to thank you all around, all the volunteers and people who put in the extra effort here to make this such a great event. And I'd also like to welcome anyone who may be watching online or watching this down the road who's been here in person to shoot any recommendations or improvements that you think we can make. We're a progressive group here on the committee and always looking to improve things down the road. So thanks everyone for their contribution.
Well, that's good, Adam. If a lot of people might not know, but Adam's just kind of graduated here in the last few years out of the junior program and was president of the Canadian Hereford Association. And it's kind of maybe talk about what you learned in showing in the junior shows that maybe helped you as you get on in your professional life, and what you do outside. Do you know how many cows you have and what breeds you're involved with?
That's a great question, Paul. And I consider myself quite fortunate to be been involved in a few different junior programs, mostly through the Hereford Association. And whatever breed you want to go with, I think there's so much great to take away from any of those organizations. Whether it be networking, organizational skills, or just building yourself professional network and how to carry yourself throughout all your activity. I think there's so much great to get from it. And, I think there's a lot when you look at showing cattle, the work ethic, having a commitment to be out here every day to get those cattle fed and prepared that we can look at. But there's so much more that goes beyond that, when we look at, fitting and clipping, that's attention to detail. And when we get into, the judging aspect that a lot of you would do through your 4-H activities or junior show activities, public speaking is such a great skill to have, and really it pays dividends down the way as we get into your professional career here. And I'm very fortunate to have been involved with, and you get a lot of great mentors throughout your time there. And at home we just have about a dozen or so Hereford cattle and enjoy that quite a bit there.
Thanks, Adam. I also want to mention, just forgot to mention it earlier, Adam won the judging competition a few years back out at the Agribition, and was able to partake in the judging of the, I guess it's called the First Lady Classic. Maybe just share with us your experience of about that time, and how you felt during the competition, and then how it felt to be out there with some industry leaders judging that class.
I think there's two real points I want to highlight over that, and thanks for bringing that up, Paul. First off, just the cattle we got to evaluate throughout the day was phenomenal. I'd recommend anyone, whether you if you can't make it out to Agribition there, just viewing it online, it's certainly a sight to see, and quite a neat way they run through that First Lady and the President's Classic there. But more importantly, what I enjoyed most about the event was getting to, as Paul mentioned, to spend the time with the industry leaders. It was quite a nice panel. I'm not going to name them by name, but I thoroughly enjoy the conversations after each and every class that we got visiting on, where they tabulate the results. So quite an experience, and very thankful to have had it.
Well, that's great, Adam. I just, as a bystander or helping out just a little bit with this show here, I just want to thank you again for pass it on to the rest of the board members, just how much we enjoy this. And few people ever get a chance to meet Adam, or you see him, go up and say hi to him. A nice, bright young kid, one of the bright young minds of the purebred breed that's coming up, and there's a lot of them out there. So, Adam, thanks for joining us, and get back to work.
Thank you, and thanks for watching, everyone.
Well, that's nice. That's he is a good young kid that's really doing a lot and giving back, and that's one of the things that's really important. And I know that there's a lot of other people I can think of all over the country that are becoming young leaders, and it's something that we really need to have. We're still waiting on the pictures to finish up from the Herefords. I just wanted to comment on that Hereford class. The two heifers that won, the champion and the reserve, the Rebecca Hess heifer that was champion. She was our reserve champion female at the Royal Winter Fair last year. And the other heifer was a nice top seller at the Elm Lodge sale in the fall last year. So two nice females that continued on doing well. And I mentioned about the Van Ness heifer that came from Harvey's, and then the Chula Vista heifer was second in the first heat. So you can tell I'm favoring the Herefords a little bit. I do have that in me, like the Angus as well, but it's always nice to see the Hereford cattle out, and I really like the improvement in the breed that the Herefords are starting to add to our beef industry. So we'll just have a little break here again until these pictures are done, and we'll get right into the I guess it's the percentage Simmental class, and then Red Angus and Shorthorn, and then we finish off with the Simmentals.
We are selling some spring forward swag up here if anybody's interested. Various prices, hats, toques, etc. Come on up to the announcer's desk and take a look. Our percentage Simmentals are now entering the ring. On deck, we'll be looking for a Red Angus breeding Red Angus breeding heifer class, and our Shorthorn heifers on deck. Last call for Brussels, last call for Brussels.
So we got our percentage Simmental class here. We've got, first entry in is Felicity Groves, and she's got a heifer named SC. She leaves me breathless. She's an April heifer. And then Alex Haley with Cade's Little Blaze, 59L, April 1st. Third entry in is Shelby Crawford, and her Vision of Love. She's a March heifer. Then we got Jordan Phillips in with a nice heifer here with Phillips Lily Rose, a March 1st heifer. Jackson Corner's got a nice baldy. Miss Layla 187 is a February, and then Carson Blinkiron's got a percentage heifer here. It's January 4th. Just a really good group of percentage Simmental females here. I think Judge John's got his work cut out for him today in this class, that's for sure, when you start looking at these females. Great class of females. I can update you on the last three heifers here. The Jordan Phillips heifer is a Bold Venture daughter. The Jackson Corners heifer, the second last heifer coming through, she's a Bet on Red, and Carson Blankiron's heifer is a County O heifer. Shelby Crawford's exhibitor number 120. Her heifer is sired by Reckoning. We're getting these added to us as quick as we can. I have my daughter running around trying to find out the sires of these females. It just doesn't have them at our expo right now. We don't have them at our disposal. Boy, when you get these heifers on the profile and get looking at them, it sure is impressive with these percentage Simmentals that we get them out here, and kind of glad we're not in the position of the judge right now. He's got a tough task to put the parts and pieces together on these females. Really like the Phillips heifer from the side. That's ring number 121. She's a big, strong heifer, and I do really like her a lot, but we'll see how the judge does. And I guess I'm wrong, obviously. Just a fantastic class, though, here when you really put things together. So we have a County O, a Bet on Red, and a Reckoning left out here. And Miss Crawford gets the nod here with the Reckoning. Look at the smile on that face.
Well, just an outstanding class here, folks. I'll tell you, it's just so deep with a lot of quality. I think this is probably the best class I think we've judged all day, in my estimation. And I'll tell you, when it comes to this, at the top end here, I think you could probably sort them any way you want to, first through about fifth or sixth out here, just because of their cattle are just so good. I think the heifer that wins the class is the one that I thought was the most striking from the profile. I thought that heifer was quite a bit leaner and more honest in her condition than the heifer that ends up in third. And I think she's just leveler made and a little bit more attractive than that second place heifer. Primarily at the top of her neck, I think it's a little bit more feminine, and I think she draws back a little leveler out of her hip as well. Really got a great underline to her in terms of balance. I think her sweep to her bottom line there is really impressive. She's not a powerhouse. I think she probably gives up just some skeletal width to some of the cattle that stand behind of her, and we maybe could see her square up a little bit nicer in terms of her front footwork, but that's an awful good heifer to start with. Heifer that comes in second is kind of the cow prospect. I really would love to have this thing in my breeding program back home, because she's so big ribbed and opened up and dimensional. I like all those attributes of her. I think she's the structural upgrade in terms of the set to her knee compared to the cattle on both sides of her, and I really do appreciate that combination of having the most power and still being the soundest structure to that top trio there. I just wish she was a little bit more attractive here from the profile. She's a little shorter neck, a little bit more pronounced in the crest to her neck. Her chest wants to sink out of her just a little bit here. She's very flexible in terms of the set to her hind leg, but it's got a little extra set to it. So maybe at times she just doesn't draw up with quite the symmetry and elegance from the side. But man alive, is that an excellent cow prospect in terms of rib and dimension and punch. I think that one's awful good. Great baldy heifer that's in third. I strongly entertain starting this heifer to win this class, because she's so good rib, so feminine in her teeth, the structure there, tall-shouldered, level-made, all those things. I just wish I could have seen her about 75 pounds ago. She's starting to get a little north of the chubby line in terms of her chest and around her tailhead. I think that kind of accents the fact that she's just not as big boned. If we can lean her up in her composition, I think her feet and legs would probably match what she's got a little bit up high in terms of stoutness. The young lady's heifer that comes next is awful good. I'll tell you what, these next two heifers, it just broke my heart keeping them as far down as I had to, because they're cattle with a lot of quality. This one's moderate, big bone, good looking. I just wish she handled her hind leg a little better. The young lady's kind of brown tinged heifer that comes next. When I get in front of the cattle, her shoulder is seamless in the way that it bolts onto her forerib. She's so smooth, big-bodied, maternal, great balance. She's a little short-necked, maybe a heifer that's a little frailer in terms of her jawline. That's a heck of a heifer to stand where she is. And then the baldy heifer that closes the class is honest in her condition. Just got a bad habit of wanting to kick up in her top line. Gives up quite a bit of body and just capacity compared to her contemporaries.
Leading off this percentage Simmental division is ring number 120, Shelby Crawford, which with HILB-JASS Vision of Love L315E. In second, ring number 123, Carson Glencairn with Glenview Lotetta. In third, ring number 22, Jackson Corner with Osim Miss Leia 187L. In fourth, ring number 118, Felicity Groves with SSC, She Leaves Me Breathless. In fifth, ring number 121, Jordan Phillips with Phillips Lily Rose. In sixth, ring number 119, Alex Haley with Cade's Little Blaze 59L. This class was sponsored by Scott Show Cattle and DLMS. This is your champion percentage Simmental female class completed. Now entering the ring after a photo break will be our Red Angus breeding class. There is only one class, and these will be your automatic Red Angus champions. This class will be sponsored by Gus and Corbin Reed, as well as the Ash Chimney Sweeps.
Gus Reed. The entry is Gus Reed, but he's shown by his.
Nice pair of Red Angus heifers here, both owned by Gus Reed. One's being shown by his brother Corbin. Well, Corbin's leading a nice heifer there, Polly.
Yeah, these my daughter was tied beside these heifers, and when you get looking at these heifers, and Corbin's been doing lots of work this week, but you can tell that these two boys are related, and it's not just the cowboy hats that kind of make them show that they're related. As you look at them, yeah, it's the show sticks that are identical. Anyway, yeah, this is a nice heifer that Corbin's leading.
It's a really nice pair of red Angus heifers, folks, and I'll be honest with you, I took just a little longer out here because we've got a pair of brothers out here, and I know we got family bragging rights on the line over who is going to win this pair. I think both these cattle are really good. These guys have got a good string that they're working on here. I landed on the young man's heifer, the wings, because I think she's a little leaner in her condition. I like the fact that she's just a freer fat down there through her brisket. I think that heifer is really a little more elegant up front. I think her neck comes a little higher out of her shoulder and it's a little longer. And so I think her length of neck relative to her length of body is a little bit more impressive. That heifer is still very deep-sided as an individual. And on the go, I think she takes the longer step. Now, I could draw her up a little leveler from hooks to pins when she stopped and parked. And since she's leaner in her condition, she's probably given up just total mass to the heifer that comes in second. Second place heifer is awful impressive. That's a long-bodied, deep-sided heifer that's got just a tremendous amount of total capacity as we study her as an individual. She's starting to wear that extra condition a little bit more down low. It's starting to fill up there around her sternum and the base of her chest. Heifer maybe that's just not quite as agile on the go because she's carrying a little extra weight. That's a good pair of females.
Congratulations to Gus Reed on a clean sweep here in the Red Angus division, with Red 6 Mile Queen 552L taking the champion and Red Covey Hill Lauren 5L as your reserve. Following a photo break, we will be moving into our Shorthorn class. The Shorthorns are now entering the ring. This is our single class of Shorthorn heifers, so this class will be sponsored by the Brant County Cattlemen's Association and Stubby's Precast. If there are representations from those businesses, please make your way to the photo area.
We have one class of Shorthorn heifers, and it's really a big class, really a nice set of cattle out here. The first entry came in was 126. That's Ben Gilpin with Ironwood Baby Bug, and she's a May 12th, 23. The second heifer is Austin Brim. Bernie. And that is a daughter of Hemingway, BBO Princess 21L. 299 is Grace Denhan with Carlos Liz, 20L. The next heifer is 128, DJ Lawrence on Watt Priceless 401L. She would be a Bullet daughter, Hillhaven Bullet. Next heifer is 129, Rail View Queen Lizzie 4L, a Fireball daughter. The next heifer is Tyler Smith on Red Rose 8J Starlight 29L. She's a Venture Eclipse daughter. The next heifer coming in is 131. That's Austin Brimmy on BBO Suzette 15L, a Hemingway daughter. 132 Elizabeth Lockhurst on Primabella by Flash. 123 is Jenny Merle, Rob Way Acres, Juanita Lavender 7L. She's a Stockman daughter. 300 is Ava Denhan, DF Little LA 2L, a Boardwalk daughter.
Yeah, really nice class here, Eric, of Shorthorn females. We got a lot of different types and kinds, maybe, and different colors. That second heifer up there is a really attractive heifer. I don't know if it'll catch Dr. or Judge John's eye, but Austin Bernie's got a nice roan heifer that he's just pulling out, spinning around here as we look through this class, and a couple get lost down in the corner that I can't see, but we'll follow along here with Dr. John, and maybe in a couple of heats we're going to have Stacy Young, our photographer, come on and join us, and we'll visit a little bit about just her actions and her job as the show goes on, and what she's trying to do, and the different things that her company affords us as far as our marketing things for helping us get our cattle sold.
Well, great class of Shorthorn cattle out here, folks, and this is such a tremendous venue, a great place to show cattle, and we got this fantastic set of young people and a really good set of females. It's hard not to have fun when you're out here judging cattle this good. Now, I'll tell you, it's thought-provoking. I think that there's certainly a lot of different things a person could do and be justified in this particular class. I'll just try to tell you how I reasoned through it here. I thought the paired cattle at the top end were just bigger bodied and a little bit more durable in their foot shape as individuals. I thought the heifer, the one, was a little leaner in her condition and had more sweep to her bottom line of that pair, and then I like the fact that she reads moderate in her frame size. She still balances up awfully well here from the profile. She's probably just not maybe as long and as skinny up there about her head and neck, maybe as that third place heifer, but I still think that one is a female that reads very symmetrical. There's nothing eccentric about her, nothing extreme, but everything fits together. It makes sense in this heifer as I study her from a balance standpoint. In an absolute perfect world, I'd see her just a little square in the way she tracks away from me from hock to ground. Heifer that comes in second's got a little more stature. She's probably a frame score bigger. I like the fact that most of that frame score comes in the extra height, the shoulder. It gives her that kind of little cockier look here from the side. She's got plenty of dimension up high. Heifer, for me, that as I look at her, she's starting to get a little chubby down there through her chest relative to being just kind of still modest through her flank. So I'd like to balance her up a little different in her underline, but that's a nice heifer here to stand in the two-hole. I strongly considered starting this red heifer in third because she's without question the deepest body, the longest necked heifer in the lineup. I think that heifer still catches her step every time. As I study her at the ground, I really want to change her feet. They start to kind of curl up and get over on her there. I just wish she was more durable in her foot shape. Up front, she's really long-fronted, but she's a little shallow in her jawline as well. So that heifer certainly could win the class. I wouldn't argue with you if you like her there. I just wish she was a little bit more durable in her foot structure down low. A good heifer that comes next and fourth. She's one of the greener cattle in this particular lineup. Her neck is a mile long, and she's one that's so attractive up from her shoulder blade forward. That color pattern, that redneck roan, really accents the quality that she's got inherent to the front part of her skeleton as well. To me, I'd like to draw her up a little level from hooks to pins. And when I get behind the cattle, I just want more dimension through her quarter. She kind of runs out of width and dimension as an individual. Big solid red heifer that comes next, kind of on the opposite side of the spectrum. I like the performance, the grow power. There's more foot and bone in this particular heifer and quite a bit more dimension than the pair of cattle that stand directly in front of her. I just like to put her together a little different from the side. She wants to round out of her hip. Maybe a heifer that's a little shorter and crestier at the top side of her neck. So like the power, but maybe doesn't have the look of the cattle on either side of her. The strawberry roan heifer that comes next, this young lady's heifer is very elegant from the profile, feminine, refined, dead level in her top line, uniform in her depth. I just wish there was more heifer when we get behind the cattle. She gets awful flat and narrow, kind of a little frailer in her bone work there. If we could complement this heifer with a powerful sire, I think she can do some awfully good things. It just need more dimension from behind. Young man's red heifer that comes next is more moderate in her frame, strong top. Just could see that heifer cleaner chested and more opened up from behind. The red heifer that follows her is another one that traces with some quality from the side, straight in her lines and big bone. Just needs more body from a practicality standpoint. The man that takes the turn next here brings a very long feminine necked heifer that's as long and level out of her hip as well. Takes a long step. Just wish there was more dimension in that heifer when I get behind her. She's a big performance deficit as well. Then we complete the class with a strong top, big boned heifer that wants to splay out, get a little straighter in her shoulder and just more tubular in her rib design.
Leading off this Shorthorn class is ring number 299, Grace Denhan with DF Carlos List 20L. In second, ring number 131, Austin Burney with BBO Suzette 15L. In third, ringer number 300, Ava Denhan with DF Little Ellie 2L. In fourth, ring number 127, Austin Burney with BBO Princess 21L. In fifth, ring number 132, Elizabeth Lockhurst with HRBK Primabella 1L. In 6th, ring number 183, Jenny Morrell with Rodway Acres Juanita Lavender 7L. In 7th, ring number 130, Tyler Smith with Red Rose 8J Starlight 29L. In 8th, ring number 129, DJ Lawrence with Railview Queen Lizzie 4L. In 9th, ring number 126, Ben Gilpin with Ironwood Baby Bug 0512L. And in 10th, ring number 128, DJ Lawrence with WAT Priceless 401L. That is also your champion Shorthorn female class completed. This class was sponsored by Brant County Cattlemen's Association and Stubby's Precast. Now entering the ring following the photo break will be our Simmental division. We are looking for Simmental breeding heifers heat number 1 and 2 to make their way to ringside.
Well, Eric, we're finished up the Shorthorn division. They're just getting their pictures done, and then we'll...
At this time, we'd also like to announce that Simmental breeding heifers heat number 5 and 6, that is heats number 5 and 6, have been combined. That's heat 5 and 6 combined.
Once we get down into the Simmental divisions, we're into the short strokes, but that is a big division of heifers, so we will be a bit.
Animal drive. At that time, we will expect the champion and reserve champion bull and the champion and reserve champion market animal to attend the supreme animal portion of the show.
I can just see back in the photo area, and you folks at home don't get a chance to see that, but the young lady that just won that Shorthorn division, she went walking out of the ring outside carrying that banner just as proud as anything. And, you know, that's what really makes things, puts things into perspective. She's running back there to show her grandpa and grandma and her friends, all of the people that were with her, that banner that she won. So here we go. We're starting off the Simmental division, and we'll update you as they get in. We've got some sires to give you. Okay, you don't have to. Just stay here. Go forward.
The first heifer walking in the ring on Simmental is Heidi McFadden with IRCC K8 Love Letter 310L. She's a boom shakalaka. The second heifer in the ring is 133 Claire Condon, Maple Acres Latte. Must be French. On the heifer by Rocket. The next heifer is 134 Alan Stever on IRCC Lovestruck 338 L by Uprising. The next heifer is Sadie Mitchell on RPCC Black Leah. Star Wars 275L bases. The next young lady coming in the ring is Peyton Hastings on SCC All About the Love 40L. She's a Sam daughter. We have Claire Condon with Mason's Farm Laney, and we don't know what she's sired by. Emily Roselle on IRCC Lollipop, a King George daughter. And the last heifer walking in is 140 Hank Weir on Hades Beth Dutton 135L on Black Rebel daughter.
See, these Simmental breeders are playing Jedi mind games on you today, Eric.
Thank you, Grasshopper.
got a nice set of cattle up here, and I really like the top pair a great deal, but to be honest, I'd probably alter both of them just a fraction in terms of the way they're built and their structure. I think the heifer that wins this class is the Boulder Sprung, really dimensional option out here, and she reads awfully fresh at the top side of her neck, and just the way that she's put together. Got a lot of punch to her as well. You know, that heifer's got a little bit of tail head, and she's got this unfortunate color pattern where she's kind of white in her heart, and it makes her look like she drops out in her chest maybe more than she really does. But if I could change that heifer, I'd see her just a little bit more flexible in her spine, but I still think that she's got more just set to her knee than the heifer that ends up coming here in second. Second place heifer is smoother made. As you kind of trace that heifer from the side, her chest floor sets into her heart in a more symmetrical fashion. She reads a little bit more uniform in terms of her depth, and I think she's very uniform and level in terms of her lines as well. I just like to dial her back a little bit in the angle to her shoulder and make her a little bigger in her foot size, but that's a really nice balanced heifer that's certainly very ladylike in her muscle pattern to wind up in second. Good heifer that comes in third. I thought that was kind of a close call, but I thought this heifer had a little bit more depth to her heart as an individual, maybe was a little bit neater in terms of her shoulder design, a little longer up front. You know, she probably doesn't piece herself together quite as nice as the heifer in front of her. She gets a little rigid in that back pasture and maybe just a little tight in her forerib and her heart. The Baldy heifer that comes in four is level made, dimensional. I think got plenty of thickness when I get behind the cattle. Yeah, I just like to change her running gear a little bit. The longer she stands, she'll start to kind of come over in her knee, and maybe a heifer there that we could see just bigger and more durable in her rear foot shape. Black-hided heifer that comes next has got a fraction more bone, and I do like the set that she's got to her shoulder and knee, probably a more preferential to that front-end design than the heifer that comes in front of her. Big naveled heifer maybe stands out as a little tubular in her rib design. I think if that heifer bellies down with some time on feed, that'll help her because she's got a little bit extra skin and hide up through her front end. So we just like to give her more rib cage to kind of match that as well. The red-hided heifer is one that is a level and long in terms of her make. Just needs more bone and total capacity. Then the black heifer over there is one that's really stout and got quite a bit of power to her. Just structurally, we'd like to see her sounder fronted, maybe a little bit more feminine in her head and neck.
Leading off this class of Simmentals is ring number 136, Peyton Hastings with SSC, All About the Love 40L. In second, ring number 149, Heidi McFadden with IRCC, K8 Love Letter 3100L. In third, ring number 135, Sadie Mitchell with RPCC, BLK Leia 275L. In fourth, ring number 134, Alan Stever with IRCC Lovestruck 388L. In fifth, ring number 140, Hank Fear with Cades Beth Dutton 135L. In sixth, ring 139, Emily Roselle with IRCC Lollipop 377L. In seventh, ring number 133, Claire Condon with Maple Acres Latte. Now entering the ring, we have Simmental heifer heat number 2. On deck, we'll be looking for heat number 3.
In heat number 2 of the Simmentals, we're starting a class off with 141, Jordan Phillips. On Phillips' Smooth Thing, she's a true North daughter. 142, Faith Boma. On TC, Tara Tosca, 3L, an all-in daughter. 143, Abby Vermersch. On DK, MB, Lilac, 7L. She's a Betts daughter. 144 is a Scratch. 155 is Megan Prowse. On Academy, Hills Linda, 15L. She's a true North daughter. 146 is a Scratch. 147 is Charlie Stone on Stone Acres, Love Girl, 9L. Boom Shakalaka. 148 is Caitlin Redner On Academy Hill Lavender 12L, another True North daughter. Really a nice class of semi-heifers here, guys. This will be fun to look at. These cattle have really got a very distinct cut in this class. They're really, really sharp, and the lines are right. Feet and legs look good and sound, and there's some big old volume heifers out here. Going to make a great set of cows.
Well, another great class of cattle out here, and as a Simmental breeder, you got to be proud of the type of cattle that you got out here, because there's a lot of quality. I thought it was close up top. Primarily, part of the reason is this heifer that wins the class isn't behaving the best out here. It looks like she's not liking the show ring, but boy, she is just absolutely impeccable structured. I think her running gear is built for the long term. It's just so hard to make cattle this elite in their structural correctness. She's absolutely huge bodied. Her neck comes right out the top of her shoulder in that kind of cocky, alert fashion that we're after here. And then to have all the mass and dimension that she has, she still lays it onto her body in a very ladylike fashion. She's smooth in terms of her muscle pattern. I just wish she was leaner. I think I get in front of that heifer, she's pretty filled up down there through her chest, and I think that might make her a little quicker maturity pattern. So I'd like to see that heifer 50, 75 pounds ago there, but I think that's an awful good one to start. There's a good quality heifer that comes in second because of she's a little closer to the mark from a condition standpoint. I think she's got the freshness advantage, and to me, she's one that's really broad in her pin set, dimensional from behind. I like how refined she is in her teats, particularly considering that she does embody more power. Sometimes we get a little bit of muscle and punch. They'll get a little coarse on us underneath. That one looks like she's going to have a great bag someday. She's a little bit coarser at the point of her shoulder and maybe wants to rise up in her top line a little bit on the go. But again, that's a really high-quality female that pushed that class winner awfully hard. From the side, the black-hided heifer is tough to miss. Boy, she draws up with an exponential amount of quality. She's so level made, really refined about her head and neck. I like how smooth she is in her shoulder blade there. To me, that looks like a female that probably was an easy calf or just based on the way that she was built. I just think when it comes time to breed her, I want to match her with a powerful sire. I think because that heifer does give up some width. When I get behind the cattle, I don't see the spring of rib or just the width at her pins. So if we could add just a little bit more power when it comes to sire selection, I think we could really have some there because her balance and structure is really nice. Big-bodied practical replacement ends up next in the full hole. A ton of rib, a ton of fleshing ability. She's the right kind of size to be just a fantastic cow in production. Compared back to those sharp-fronted cattle that stand in front of her, she's just a little bit shorter up through her front end. This is obviously a show ring competition, and she's just got a little bit more skin and hide down low compared to some of those other females. The Baldy that falls next is another big top, thick-headed, muscular type of female. Those are the attributes to me that suggest that she'd be tailor-made for bull production someday. But with that extra muscle, she's also a little coarser in her shoulder, a little rounder out of her hip, not quite as deep-bodied as the heifer directly in front of her. Then we complete the class with a heifer that takes a long step. Really like the set to her pastern from behind. Got quite a bit extra skin, gets a little trashier up there through her front end, maybe not quite as level out of her hip.
Leading off this second heat of Simmental heifers is ring number 141, Jordan Phillips, with Phillips Smooth Thing. In second, ring number 145, Megan Prowse with Academy Hill Linda 15L. In third, ring number 148, Caitlin Redner with Academy Hill Lavender 12L. In fourth, ring number 147, Charlie Stone with Stoneacre Lover Girl 9L. In fifth, ring number 142, Faith Malma with TC Terra Tosca 3L. And in sixth, ring number 143, Abby Vermeersch with DKMB Lilac 7L. Now entering the ring, we're looking for Simmental breeding heifer heat number 3.
In class number 3 of the Simmentals, we're starting class off with 151. Georgie Stanley on XCL, Sheza Onyx 413L. She's a relentless daughter. Next we have Megan Prowse on Academy Hill, Lollipop 11L, a True North. 154 is Paige Haynes, IRCC K8 KS BD. We call her the alphabet. She's a Sam daughter. 155 Peyton Hastings on GCC Red Lipstick 3133L, a Sam daughter. And 156 Charlie Stone on Maynard Jewel 143L, Walk the Line. Very good class. Oh, and 157, Flynn Reinhardt on PRM Licorice 9L.
Thanks for your great pronunciation and spelling of these words, Eric. And I'm just going to take some time to welcome with us Stacy Young from Innovation Marketing here. Stacy's our photographer, and I just wanted her to, add some insight as to her job and the things she does to the show, and then how she can maybe help us with a marketing program, or how you can get in touch with her and maybe get some of your thoughts on yesterday's little session, that your educational session. So from all the way from Quebec via Alberta, Stacy Young.
Thanks, Paul. As he said, I own a company, Innovation Media. We are a full-service photography and videography company specializing in both show and on-farm productions. This weekend, we are privileged to be our official photographer here for the Spring Forward show, and so we are doing both backdrop and show photography. But outside of that, we also work on individual sale pictures and videos, lot videos, as well as just general marketing videos as well. So kind of a variety of things that the company offers. We do have a website you can check everything out at. It's innovationmedia.ca. As Paul said, we are based in Quebec, but we do travel countrywide, covering different events and operations, and would love to be able to chat with you about any ideas that you have when it comes to advertising and marketing and promoting your own company or farm.
Thanks, Stacy. Just wanted to kind of ask you a couple of questions here. First of all, what made you decide to go into the photography and that? What was it? Because you did grow up in Alberta, and I happen to know your dad very well as when we were younger, and I just maybe share with us what drove you into this business.
Yeah, at a very young age, I picked up a camera. Family do our family photos. I grew up with Simmental cattle. And so it just kind of became a little bit of a passion of mine. I was able to work with a few different photographers over the years to hone and learn the craft. And then just in the last few years, I felt there's a real great need within the industry. Some of our more seasoned photographers are definitely getting a little bit older. And with the new developments of technology and the
ability for you to bid on the Mega Moolah auction on DLMS. The heifers that were not chosen in last night's draw have been posted online on DLMS. So please take a look online there today. The auction closes at 2 p.m.
We'll let him speak, and I'll join Paul again here in a minute.
Well, confronted with another really great class of Simmental cattle up here. I'm big fans of both the heifers that reside in that top pair. I thought the red heifer, to me, was just a little neater in the way that she put herself together. I read her, the heifer that's neater in her tailhead, to be smoother in the way that her shoulder is fastened onto her forerib there. She's naturally just a little deeper in her heart. And then I think that heifer is still really fresh and extended up there through her front end. I like where she's at from a condition standpoint awfully well. I also like the shape to her feet as we study her there at the ground. Now, she's probably given up just a shade of performance of the heifer that comes in second. We maybe could see her just a little looser in terms of her joint work from behind, but those are really nitpicky things on a very first-class female here that's got a bright future in front of her. Now, I wouldn't argue if you like the black-hided heifer next a little better. She does come to us a frame score bigger, and a lot of that comes in the height of the shoulder. I don't think her neck's as long, but I think it sends higher out of the top of her shoulder, and that does give her a little neater look here from the profile. That heifer's got a lot of mass and maybe even has a little bit more dimension when we get behind the cattle as well. I'd just like to see her maybe just a little bit more articulate out of her hind leg. She'll pull in at the point of her hock and then set down just a little wide and stiff in terms of her joint. I get in front of her, I think her shoulder could fit onto her a little smoother as well. excellent baldy heifer that comes in third. Young lady does a great job of highlighting the quality inherent in this female. She's so long and extended up through her front end. Got a great depth to her midrib as well. When we study her from behind, she probably just runs out of power compared to the top pair. And that's not a comment on that heifer. I think she's still got more than enough. It's just she gives up the extra pin width and dimension compared to those two that precede her in this lineup. The baldy that comes in fourth to me is very problem-free. I like how smooth and maternal she is, very ladylike in her appearance here from the side. She's got a dab of chest up front, and I think that kind of compromises her look here from the profile, and probably still just not quite as opened up as that top pair of cattle are. Boy, there's a lot of performance in the red heifer that comes next. I like the mass, I like the body, the fleshing ability, and all the thickness that she has. I just wish she could hold it together on the go. When you get this heifer on the lead, she really wants to kick up in her top line. Her joint work looks pretty stiff there from behind. I think if we make that heifer just a little bit more agile and athletic in her structure, boy, we could move her up because she's got bull-making power and dimension, and I think she could certainly make some awfully nice herd sires someday. We complete the class with a moderate frame, big-bodied heifer, female that certainly looks like she's got the functionality to hold up in production. You know, she kind of stood out as the frailest made heifer in this particular class. Another female we can balance up a little neater to the base of her chest and over the top of her hip and her tailhead.
Leading off in Simmental heifer heat number 3 class, ring number 155 Peyton Hastings with GCC red lipstick 3133L. In second, ring number 151 Georgia Stanley with Excel Shiza Onyx 413L. In third, ring number 154 Paige Haynes with IRCC K8KSBD Shakira 336L. In fourth, ring number 153, Megan Price with Academy Hill Lollipop 11L. In fifth, ring number 156, Charlie Stone with Meter Jewel 143L. In sixth, ring number 157, Flynn Reinhardt with PRM Licorice 9L. Now entering the ring, we're looking for Simmental heifer heat number 4. On deck, we're looking for the combined heat of heat number 5 and 6.
Leading off heat number 4, we have Shelby Crawford with RPCC BLK Lily 231L. She's a double up. We have Flynn Reinhardt, entry number 14, on PRM LIZ Wiz 2L. She's a Betts daughter. 159 is Sadie Mitchell on KT Scream 3296. She's a walk the line daughter. We have Felicity Groves, entry number 160 on DKMB Susie Q 2L. We have Isla Stone on XL KRSS Lacey 407L on a Captain Morgan. Entry number 162 is Molly Arnold on Wisers Mary Lakota 214L. broker daughter, Haley Irwin, on, we're going to change her name slightly. We're going to call her Luna, 358L. She's a Bet's daughter. This is a very, very nice class, really from top to bottom. A screaming black heifer just walked in front of us here, guys.
Okay, Stace, we'll continue our interview. What I talked about is what actually got you interested and got you started into your photography.
Yeah, so as mentioned, kind of grew up around with a camera in my hands, working on purebred Simmental cattle, and then after relocating to Quebec, which was about 4 years ago, started to develop the company, which is Innovation Media now. Just felt that there was a need for some higher-end show photography, not only in Eastern Canada, but to develop that into some of our major shows as well. And over the last couple of years, I've been privileged to work with some major shows, such as the Toronto Royal, in their promotion and development of the beef programs.
Well, that's great, Stace, and I know that it really just adds to the show when things are done and you're in the ring and you're taking these hot shots that they have that the kids can have. Something that you know, growing up, we never really had these pictures of us showing in the ring and getting us in our action shots, which I know is fun to have as we go on in time and we finish our show careers for juniors, and you know, the banners are all put away, but still you got some pictures and nice memories here. I just want to end it off on the, you know, when with your media company and that, and you work with your sales as well. Do you what services do you work in the sale part, or do you get into that?
Yeah, as far as the sales side of things, we do both photography and videography for sales, so individual lot photos and videos, and then we can also offer services such as candid photography at your sale. It's a great way to incorporate some candid footage for marketing throughout the year, and as well as for next year's catalog as well. The other side of my job is I work for DLMS as well, so very familiar with the sales side of things across the country. And so yeah, we can definitely help you out with that as far as marketing and helping promote your sale and putting your catalog together.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us here today, Stace. And if you can, get in touch with her. If you need any help, get a hold of her at Innovation Media. Thank you.
Another nice class of Simmental cattle here. These were a little bit more challenging for me to piece together. I thought that there's a lot of great cattle in here, but maybe not one that puts it all together in the package that I was kind of looking for. But I think that heifer, the wings, is awfully good. She's big rib. She's good looking. She's got a lot of natural thickness to her there. I'd just like to see her a little sounder on her feet and legs. You know, she's a little frailer down low, and she's carrying some extra weight from a condition standpoint. So that kind of exacerbates the fact that maybe she's just a tick straighter in terms of her shoulder and her hock there. So we would like to lean her up and see her just a little looser structure. But I think from a quality perspective, that heifer draws up with a lot of look and a tremendous amount of mass. I like the bone work of the heifer in second. I think she is the structural upgrade to the group. She's big square pin. She's dimensional. She's stout. She's all those things. She's kind of wears a little extra skin and hide in her throat latch up there. And that, in concert with being a little tight in her heart, makes her look maybe just not quite as attractive from the profile. So I'd like to either see her a little cleaner neck, or maybe a little sappier bellied if we were going to move her up. But I like the running gear and the power of that heifer awfully well. Big red heifer that comes in third can strike a pose when she's stopped and parked. She's a heifer that's extended. She's long and really attractive up through her front end. I like those attributes of her. I just hope she bellies down in time. Buddy, I like your heifer. I like how green you got her, too. I think if you get that heifer bred, I think that heifer could be pretty impressive. Today, she looks just a little hollowed out down there through her flank, a little green in her forerib as an individual. Young lady's heifer that comes here in fourth, the black-coated heifer's moderate frame, big rib, very dimensional when we get the cattle from behind as well. She'll splay out and get just a little wide in her frontal base width. Heifer's a little deeper in her neck and maybe just a little coarser in terms of the way she uses her hock and her pastern joint there. Just like to see her a little looser made. The red baldy heifer next is just big rib, dimensional, extremely practical. I know I've harped on it today, but I think that's the type of moderate frame female that could really thrive in a low forage environment. In the state of Texas where I live now, we've had drought the last couple of years with La Nina, and this is the type of female you'd love to have a pasture full of in that regard. I would like to alter her running gear a little bit. She's a little small in her foot size, and just even though she's got some set built into her rear joints there, we could see just a little bit more flex. Obviously, she's a little shorter and more generic about her head and neck, just got a little more skin up front. I like the rib and the performance of the heifer that comes next. She's thick, dimensional when we get behind the cattle. Like the female that stands in front of her, she maybe is just a little bound up in terms of her structure. A heifer that's a little tight in terms of the way she uses her hock and pasture will knuckle up here on the go. We complete the class with a feminine-headed, long-sided heifer that's honest in her condition. Just wish she was a little smoother in the way she joined up in her shoulder and forerib, maybe gets a little tighter in her flank and give up some power to the cattle in front of her.
Leading off heat number 4, ring number 158, Shelby Crawford with RPCC, Black Lily, 231L. In second, ring number 261, Isla Stone with Excel KRSS Lacey, 407L. In third, ring number 14, Flynn Reinhardt with PRM, Little Wiz, 2L. In fourth, ring number 163, Haley Ernowin with CROCRK Luna 358L. In fifth, ring number 160, Felicity Groves with DKMB Susie Q 2L. In sixth, ring number 162, Molly Arnold with Weiser's Mary Lakota 214L. In seventh, ring number 159, Sadie Mitchell with KT Scream 3296. This in your ring right now is heat number 5 and 6 of the Simmental breeding heifers. On deck, we'll be looking for the top 2 placings from the previous heats to compete for champion Simmental female.
Okay, in heat number 6 or 5 combination, we started off with 166 Colin Arnold on the Weiser's Mary Amber Luna 206L. She's a country.
County-O.
What about a country?
You know how, let's make it County-O, not Country-O.
Okay, we'll make it County-O. Okay, County-O. 167 is Tori Cutting on Time View Lucky 9L, Trailblazer. 168, Tori Cutting on Time View Laura Lee, 33L on a Trailblazer daughter. 170 is Josie Crawford on RPCC XL Red Lara 403L, a Sam daughter. Charlie Stone is 171 on Stoneacre Peyton 6L. She's a bankroll. 172 Cassidy Dykstra on SLCC Let's Go Girl. She's an ET 33530L broker daughter. Megan Prowse On Academy Hill Licorice, 1L, she is a True North. Sadie Dungeon is 174. Double Bar D, exactly, 403L. She's a Captain Hook. And 175 is Sadie Mitchell on Excel. She has a Topaz. She's a Bet's daughter. Is there a 176 in there, Polly? Did you see a 176? I think she's AWOL. Is there a 176, Adam?
Who's it supposed to be?
Pardon me?
Who's it supposed to be?
We're looking for Paige Haynes. Sold. 176 is Paige Haynes on Haynes Lucy, 101L, True North. And she wins the award for the best named animal in the class.
So, Eric, why would she win that award?
Why do you think, Polly?
Well, that would be because maybe that's the only one you could pronounce right.
What's your point, Grasshopper?
I guess I'm going to have to take the fifth on this one.
Just so everybody knows, the food truck will be closing in the next half hour or so.
What do you think, Polly? I think the Simmentals have had a really, really nice show here today. They're up in numbers. Cattle are really consistent as far as kind, and just a really useful set of females.
And they're brought to us ready to go too.
One of our main sponsors for this event has been Haynes Contracting. Let's give a big round of applause and a thank you to Haynes for the support of this event. Sponsors like this don't don't come around often, and we're happy for Barry and his group to be a part of our event.
We got a great class of Simmental cattle out here, and I'm a big fan of all the way through. I think we got a tremendous amount of depth and quality. I think up top there's some cattle, there's some differences in type and kind. I know for me, if I'm going to take one home, I'd sure love to have one like this heifer that wins. She's so rugged and just really broody in terms of the way that she's built and her rib and her muscle system here. And then I think she's without question the best in her structure. She's got more slope to her shoulder and knee. I like the set to her hock awfully well. That's a big performance-oriented heifer that still pulls herself together with plenty of balance here from the side, and one that I think is awfully nice in that regard. Starting to shuck a little bit of hair and maybe a little rough in that regard, but more than anything, if I could change her, she's getting a little pronounced in her chest and just her protruding forward there a little bit, so we could tidy her up just a fraction down there. But that one's going to be a good show heifer, but an even better cow as we forecast her out, just accounting for that structural correctness and the power and the broody look that she portrays here from the side. Like the Baldy in second, she's a moderate frame, opened up heifer that's really bold sprung, dimensional. You know, she's got the thickness to run with my class winner. She just isn't built quite as nice in terms of her structure. A little tighter out of her hind leg, a little bit more abbreviated in her step as we study her off either end, gives up foot size and not quite as late maturing either. Heifer that comes in third's a frame score, maybe two bigger than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. She's an interesting female for me because I think this one's got a very bright future in front of her if she kind of does the right things here on feed. She's extended. She's nice in terms of her structure. She's a long type of female here as well. She looks a little hollowed out, like maybe kind of didn't take the trip quite as well, not as full as some of those other heifers today, and maybe doesn't have the depth to her heart and her flank, but if she bellies down with some time, that one's going to be awfully good. I like her structure, and I like the quality that she represents. Maybe a little rougher in her hair coat today as well. Heifer that comes next in the four-hole is opened up, a big-ribbed, easy-keeping kind of heifer here. I think she balances up nice when she stopped and parked here. I'd just like to change her a little bit. Got a little hitch in her giddy up out of her hind leg. Post up a little bit up and down in terms of the angle to her hock. As you might anticipate, she short steps out of her hind leg. And maybe a heifer we could lean up a little bit from a condition standpoint. Love the body, love the balance of that particular heifer. Same can be said for this heifer that comes next. So she's short-tailed, so it takes a little longer to appreciate her, and it kind of throws off her bottom line balance. But if you can get past that, that's a big rib heifer that's got some dimension, but it's still pretty long and smooth. She catches her step every time. When I get behind her, I'd like to see her square and more accurate from hock to ground. She'll kind of swing that hind leg a little bit. Obviously, she's got just a little bit more throat latch and dewlap as an individual compared to some of these other ones. A red heifer that comes next, obviously this young lady's a remarkable stick, and she does the best job of getting the most out of this heifer. I like the length of body. I like how fresh she is at the top of her neck. It's a little different story down low, though. She's starting to get a little extra condition through her chest and down there in front of her udder, and then I think that heifer may be a little straighter shoulder. Doesn't fit quite as nice into her forehead, but like the pieces of that heifer, just wish she was a little bit more collected as an individual. Big heifer that comes next, standing still. I like how smooth muscled she is in the set to her hock. Female for me on the go, maybe comes apart a little bit. She'll kick up in her top line. As she rises up high, she gets a little tight in her flank as well. Maybe a female we could see a little bit neater up through her front end. The Baldy heifer that follows her is deep-bodied. I think she's moderate frame, got some bone underneath her as well. A little bit more pronounced in terms of her tail head. A heifer that I read to want to come out a little bit at the point of her shoulder, could be just a little tucked in, a little neater as well. The black heifer that follows her is really elegant from the side, feminine about her head and neck, dead level in her top line, uniform in her depth. I just wish we could give her more bone and just power when I get behind the cattle. She reads a little flat. She too maybe isn't quite as progressive in the sweep to her bottom line. We complete the class with a heavy bone, moderate framed heifer here, plenty of stoutness on that particular female. Maybe gets a little loose in the way that her shoulders put together, can get a little easier in her top line, a little heavier up front.
Leading off that last class of Simmental heifers was ring number 176, Paige Haynes with Haynes Lucy 101L. In second, ring number 174, Sadie Dudgeon with Double Bar D Exactly 403L. In third, ring number 167, Tori Cutting with Timeview Lucky 9L. In fourth, ring number 166, Colin Arnold with Risers Mary Amber Luna 206L. In fifth, ring number 173, Megan Prouse with Academy Hill Licorice 1L. In sixth, ring number 170, Josie Crawford with RPCC XL Red Lara 403L. In seventh, ring number 172, Cassidy Dykstra with SLCC Let's Go Girl ET 3530L. In eighth, ring number 168, Tori Cutting with Timeview Lorelei 33L. In ninth, ring number 171, Charlie Stone with Stoneacre Peyton 6L. And in 10th, ring number 175, Sadie Mitchell with XL She's a Topaz. Now entering the ring, we have our champion Simmental female class. This class is sponsored by Borison Marketing Services Limited and Brandt Contracting. If representatives from those businesses would like to present their banners, please make your way to the photo area.
For those of you who are just tuning in and watching our show here in Ancaster, this has really been an excellent set of Simmental heifers that we've seen out here. This is our championship lineup with the first place winners against the rail, the second place cattle here in the middle of the ring. This is really a nice set, Paul. I mean, you talk about kind and uniformity. I think the Simmental breeders really need to be commended on the quality they have out here in this lineup.
Absolutely, Eric, and you know, just again, I look back at the kids out on the stick here showing these cattle, and boy, they're just, everybody is just right on point here with their showmanship skills, and it's certainly fun to see, and makes a parent probably very proud when they're watching these kids out here showing these cattle off. And so congratulations to all the kids out here. Great Simmental run.
Well, folks, first and foremost, I'd like to extend my compliments to these exhibitors. We've had just a tremendous set of cattle in this Simmental breed. If you don't mind, let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation. I appreciate that the crowd, you guys all being here and showing your support for these young people. It's awfully tough in a division this tough to get out here into this final lineup, and what a showcase of class winners and seconds that we have out here. I think the cattle speak for themselves. Obviously, there's some females out here that might have been a little further down the line that fit your program at home a little better, and I wouldn't argue with you. A lot of times when it comes down to this many good options, it's just going to be, hey, what's your cow herd oriented towards? Is it show heifers? Is it making bulls? Is it more kind of production cattle here? And that might kind of inform the decision that you're going to make. I think this has been a great division, and there's a lot of them I'd like to have at home in my breeding program. My family raises Simmentals, and I kind of get the wheels turning when you see cattle this good, thinking like, oh boy, what can we do with that one in terms of a breeding standpoint? But for me, it kind of boils down to a pair of class winners, and I'll talk about those two and where I think that they're really good at and they're elite. The first one that would be in contention, I guess, is at this point standing second in the lineup. That'd be the red heifer. And what I like about her is that I'll tell you, when my nephews, we show cattle, we're always kind of sometimes called a little green, and I like how fresh this heifer is. This is the composition, the condition that I like to exhibit cattle in. This heifer doesn't need to be fat because she's got natural depth of body, and I think the fact that she's presented so honest in her condition really highlights just the inherent femininity that heifer has. She's really impressive in terms of her bone work. She's built square in her skeletal makeup. She's long and extended up through her front end, and I like just her chest floor. I think her chest and sternum is elevated so high up in her that really gives her that dynamic look here from the profile. You know, that heifer is awfully impressive in that regard. You know, as an individual, I think her neck is pretty long, but it maybe could come just a fraction higher out of the top of her shoulder blade, and then a heifer that maybe we could see just a nickel more flexible in terms of her rear pasturing and joint work there, but that's getting really critical on an extraordinarily good heifer. Then we got the black and white heifer right behind her. That's the other one that I think is in contention out here. You know, I think it's one thing as a cattle breeder, you know, one of the things we're always striving to perfect is structural build, and there's very few cattle that come through the ring that you think, okay, that one epitomizes the kind of skeleton that I'm making or looking for, and I think this heifer does that. I think the slope to her shoulder, the backward bend that she's got built into her forearm and knee is conducive to the long haul, and then she's without question the most attractive and functional out of her hip and hind leg. And when you consider that her running gear is that good, let's tack on the fact that she's got a huge body cavity and that she's still very feminine about her head and neck, and we got a calf here that does a lot of things we like. Now, as a Simmental breeder, I sure hate it when I got a calf that's born that color, because of those white socks kind of make them look a little frailer maybe than what they really are. I think her feet are still good size. I don't think that's a problem for me. My biggest qualm with this heifer is I just wish she was probably on a diet. Heifer that's starting to fill up in her chest and getting a little chubby. Female to me that looks like she's so big-bodied and easy keeping, she might be tough to manage in a show barn. That's part of the good, but the blessing and the curse of the cattle that we got today. We've made them so practical to the point where they can really do good in grass and kicked out on pasture, but sometimes they can get a little chubby on us on show feed, and I think that's the case on this particular heifer. So I don't think you can go wrong either direction. I love both those heifers awfully well. The one that I guess if I could take home and have my nephew show, or the one I think I'd have the most fun breeding on, is the black and white heifer. We're going to use her for champion. The red heifer will follow up and be reserved.
Congratulations to Jordan Phillips on your champion Simmental female with Phillips Smooth Thing. In reserve, we have Peyton Hastings with GCC Red Lipstick 3133L. That completes your Simmental division. This class was again sponsored by Borison Marketing Services Limited and Brandt Contracting. Please make your way to the photo area. The last class of the day for the breeds is our Speckle Park. So we would like our small Speckle Park class to come to ringside and be ready once photos are completed. This is also a reminder to have your champion and reserve division champions to ringside for the grand champion female drive shortly.
Yes, Chad, we are live. Say hello, Chad. Chad just left. Hey, we got a strange exhibitor just walked up by the stands here, Polly. I think we should ask her a few questions. What's your name, young lady?
My name is Ava Noonan.
And whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Roseneath, Ontario.
Ontario, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. This your first time exhibiting?
No, I've been here since the start. I've been here for 3 years.
Very good, very good. And what's the best part about this show for you?
For me, being able to network and meet new people and showing, obviously.
Good. And what breed did you show?
Angus.
Of course. What did you do fairly well in the show today?
Yeah, I did pretty good. The heifer I showed was Las Vegas Princess, and she placed first in her heat. And I went to the grand drive for Angus.
Very good. Now, will you be back next year?
Yes, I will be.
Will you not be in university yet?
No, I'll be in grade 12.
Are you planning on going to university?
Yes, I hope to go to the University of Guelph to pursue a career in marketing for agriculture.
Very good.
Yeah.
Have you got the grades for it?
I hope so.
That's super. That's super, Ava. What would you tell the young folks back in your community that wanted to show cattle? Would you recommend this show to them?
Yes, I would. I think it's a great show. I think the community does an awesome job running it and putting events together. I think it's a fun way to meet new people and get out there, I guess.
Very good, Ava. Very good. Thank you very much. Glad you're here. You take care. Bye now.
You know, Eric, that was really nice because unfortunately the people at home can't see it, but she just had a beautiful cowboy hat on and looks really good. And I know you've never worn a hat a day in your life, but I love cowboy hats. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Just a small group of Speckle Park, so this will also be your champion Speckle Park class, sponsored by Norfolk Ridge Speckle Park and Martin Star Livestock. If there are representatives from those businesses, please make your way to the photo area.
In the Speckle Park class, we have 3 heifers. We have Josie Fadden with R.H. Fire Crusher, an own daughter of Bone Crusher. She's a January 15th daughter. And entry number 180 is Niall Damon with Martin Star 5L, a daughter of Splash of Black Genetics. Oh, excuse me, Black Gotcha. The third heifer in the class is Albert Reinhardt on Rob Vale Liza 01L, Rob Vale Hendricks.
Boy, nice class of Speckle Parks here, Eric. Good. Well, I'm not really sure how I'm going to place them yet. I got to have a look here, but I want to make a comment about the young lad at the back there, Albert Reinhardt. He's just first time showing this year. He's just 11 years old, and in the words of my father, he's going to be a big help to his mother when he grows up. So now I'll go ahead and judge these cattle. Just like that, Eric.
A nice class of Speckle Park. They use primarily the darker hided heifer. Excuse me, I'm using the darker hided heifer over there to win this particular class. I think she's the bigger bodied option. I think she's deeper in her heart. She's more uniform in her flank. I think that heifer's got a little bit more dimension. I get directly behind the cattle as well. I appreciate that about her. We could draw her maybe up just a little leather from hooks to pins and make her a nickel more coordinated in her hind leg if I was going to make her even better. Heifer that ends up in second does have that advantage. I think she's got a bigger, stouter hind leg. She plants her with more conviction and authority, and I do think security of structure is to her advantage. I just wish there was a little bit more of her. She's a little more cinched up in her heart and her flank. When I get behind the cattle, she'll taper from hooks to pins and maybe play out a little bit through her quarter. We complete the class with a deep-sided, easy-keeping kind of heifer here, more moderate in her frame, a little fragile in terms of her bone work, getting a little longer toed and starts to drop out there in her chest.
Leading off this Speckle Park class is ring number 180, Niall Damon with Martin Star 5L. In second, ring number 179, Josie Fadden with RH Fire Crusher. In third, ring number 181, Albert Reinhardt with Rob Vale Liza 01L. Those are also your champion and reserve champion Speckle Park females. That class sponsored by Norfolk Ridge Speckle Park and Martin Star Livestock. Following this photo break, we will be looking to start our Grand Champion female drive. Following that, we'll be doing our Supreme Animal.
Okay, I have both Eric Dorn and Amy Reinhardt here from the board of directors of the Spring Forward Show, and just wanted to first of all thank you guys for all the work you do, and just let you know that this is just an awesome show. Love the educational component and the kids playing and having fun. And first we'll talk to you, Amy, about maybe what was your idea behind getting this show going.
I think initially the thought process is can we make this a next level show for these youth to have something to compete at and work towards that isn't just about a show. So, can we get something that gives some education, gives some knowledge? We really look at the words that we have, like integrity and friendship and business, and understand that this is a small part of the beef industry, but have to recognize that there is a larger part of the beef industry that we need to start supporting and educating these youth on if we want some viable youth to carry on as beef farmers here in Ontario.
Right on. I definitely agree there. When we have some of these kids that are leaving this junior program, and I interviewed Adam here, and we're talking about how he's back joining in. Eric, you're just a young guy yourself, and I know that you went through some of the junior programs and then went on. What do you have to any of the young people that are maybe not showing this weekend or that are home listening that you might want to share with them?
I'd say to any young people to find somebody that is dedicated, that will coach you and help bring you to the next level, because finding that friendship and that group of people that you're going to work together and become successful together, it's not something you can do by yourself. It's something that you have to do with a group. And find yourself a friend group, a coach, whether that's a parent or your best friends, it doesn't matter. You have to do it together. And again, that's a part of our event here, is friendship and integrity. And those things are very important to this facility and this group.
Thanks, Eric. It's one of the things I often think about is as kids we show against each other and that, but in 10, 20, 30 years down the road, those people that they're showing against right now will be people that they might be selling cattle to or marketing with. And so, friendship is an important thing, and to keep those, I know we're competitive out here, but we have to keep everything in mind that we still need to, keep these people and know that they're going to be, friendships and partners and all down the road. Amy, I just wanted to let you or give you a chance to touch on some of the sponsors or some of the people behind you, the scenes here that really help out. Can you go touch on that for us?
Yes, so that's one of the major things that we need to keep this show going, just with the facilities we have and what we can offer these youth. So this year, one of our big sponsors was Haynes Contracting. So he has some youth that exhibit here, but he also does see the value the same as us. Jones's Feed Mill. We've had some support from the Angus Association. We've had some support from local businesses. Dan Boers on our committee is really good at making those connections with who he uses in his business. So we have ones like Brant Contracting, nothing to do with agriculture whatsoever, but love the idea of what we have behind that. The Brant County Cattlemen's Association always is good with two banner sponsors, and we have some of the Brant County cattlemen people here enjoying today as well too. A lot of the breeds, the Speckle Park breed this year really stepped it up for us. We have Northridge Speckle Park, Martin Star Farms. We had the pizza dinner donated by Ann Crest Speckle Parks. Their contribution has really helped us. Scott Show Cattle, O'Neill Farm Equipment, not only helps out financially, but we made an endeavor this year, did it our own backdrops, and let us use the facilities to make those up. And then of course we have young sponsors, Gus and Corbin Reed, who are really trying to grow the Red Angus breed in this in Ontario right now. So we're really offering different classes here to be able to showcase the wide variety of breeds that we do have showing here with the youth.
Oh, that's great. I mean, tell me this then, if someone out there is interested in sponsoring, are you all full, or you, Eric, would you accept new sponsors?
New sponsors are our specialty. We're happy to accommodate anything we can, whether it's financial or hands on deck, or you want to help with a meal or give outs. Anything that can support our youth and support this event and keep it growing. I think we're always open to help in that regard. Please contact one of our board members to figure that out if you're interested.
Oh, that's great. And you guys, I just want to touch on one other thing, and I know that I enjoy it when, I'm up in Eastern Ontario, which is no short little drive. And it's nice sometimes that, life is busy and that, but to be able to go online to see the show, and you folks have gone ahead and hired live auctions to put the show out there, and what is the value and the benefits that you see to having that happen?
I think it's paramount to include everybody that we can in the success of this event. Nowadays, we can't grow our beef business locally. It's something that's global, international, national, every level. So we have to be able to include people in this event from across the country, continent, and around the world. And I think that having it online allows anybody to participate. And I think the quality of cattle that have walked through this ring today, I don't know what you and Mr. Rinker say, but the high quality of cattle in this ring could work anywhere in the continent or the world here. I think we've got a world-class set of cattle come through this ring.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you on that. We were very, very impressed with the cattle, and it was nice to be able to jab back and forth at each other about what we might do if we were in the ring, but it's just impressive to see not only the quality of the cattle, like I say, the quality of the kids, and it's very refreshing to know that our business is in great hands. And I know that makes me sound really old, which I am, but you still want to see this prosper. And so just, Amy, let's just touch on one last thing. What the kids can take out of it and what you take out of it after each show's over, other than the celebration, when you go home, and what sort of a satisfaction, what does it bring you when you're done with this show each year?
Well, it gives me a drive. It gives me a drive to see so many of these youth participating in something they love so much. And, they're all here for different reasons, but also the same reason at the same time. So when I see that we have this many youth going through the ring, when I'm driving home tonight, it'll be, I can't believe this happened, and this many people supported what we're growing here for these youth. As the beef industry is growing and modifying and changing, but there's also those grassroots of what we remember of why we're here, and the youth that are coming through the ring is why we are here.
Awesome. Well, thanks, you guys. We're going to get back to our commentary, and I'll let Eric introduce the champions. Thank you.
This time we're entering the ring with our champion female classes. So our champion Angus coming in here, exhibited by Jackson Corner, REIB Phyllis 336. Our champion Charolais female, exhibited by Grace Dudgeon, Miss Prairie Cove 389L. We've also got our Reserve Angus female, exhibited by Emily Hartle, Nostad Blackbird 2L. Entering the ring as well, we have Caitlin Redner with the Reserve Charolais female, Baker Farms Lavender Haze 16L. We also have our Crossbred female coming in, exhibited by Kennedy Howe. This is Trap Queen. Our Reserve Crossbred female, exhibited by Emily Hartle, SOG Daisy 88L. Our champion Galloway female, exhibited by Haley Dawson, Glenfiddich Lady Gaga. And in Reserve, Casey Dawson, exhibiting Glenfiddich Lush. We have our Hereford champion female exhibited by Rebecca Hess, MCE Roxy 336L. And in reserve of the Hereford division, Heidi McFadden with Elm Lodge Lights Out 12L. In our percentage Simmental division, we have Shelby Crawford with HILB JASS Vision of Love L315E. In reserve, we have Carson Blenkiron with Glenview Lotetta. In our Red Angus division, we have Gus Reed with Red 6 Mile Queen 552L. And in reserve, we also have Gus Reed with Red Covey Hill Lauren 5L. In the Shorthorn division, we have Grace Denhan with DF Carla Lisa 20L. And in reserve, we have BBO Suzette 15L. In our Simmental division, we have Jordan Phillips with Phillips Smooth Thing. And in reserve, we have Peyton Hastings with GCC Red Lipstick 3133L. And last but certainly not least, we have the Speckle Park division with Niall Damon Martin Star, exhibiting Martin Star 5L. And in reserve, we have Josie Fadden, RH, exhibiting RH Fire Crusher. Let's have a big round of applause for all of these great animals out here in the ring that are finalizing our breeding heifer divisions.
Say, Paulie, this is really a great set of females we're having a chance to see out here in the ring right now. And I don't know about you, but there's 4 or 5 that just really stick out. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun to try to sort through this.
Sponsored by Haynes Contracting and Master Feeds, 2 great companies that are a great part of our event. If there are representatives here, please make your way to the photo area at the completion of this class.
Oh, for sure, Eric. I take a look at some of these just out quickly, and we do get a different view from where we're sitting, and as opposed to being in the ring and right on top of these cattle. I was able to get back behind the photo drop there, the backdrop for the photo area, and I could see some of these cattle on top, and I see about 4 out here that I'd like to really jump at to own, but I guess I'm gonna say my favorite. I think I know what yours is, but I know this heifer's got some white on her, but I really do like that Simmental female. But we'll see what Judge John comes up with.
Well, Paulie, I'm glad you did see the cattle out back because you need all the help you can get. I mean, it's just amazing how long you have lived this life. It just befuddles me. It really does. But I think that the heifers out here, really, when you break them down, they all have the same cut, same lines to them. They're cows that are really functional and really practical. They have enough shape, enough power to them to really go ahead and make an outstanding set of cows. No matter what breed you have, you really have to admire the quality we have here in this show.
You notice everyone, he never give his pick for champion, and he was very fast in the breeds to do it. So I'm just wondering what he's going to do here.
Once again, Grasshopper, wait a few more minutes.
Unfortunately, you can't see Eric right now, but we got him out of his chair, and now he's going to dissect these cattle.
Don't mark your catalog just yet, but there's a couple of black heifers that look really, really intriguing to me out there right now. Hey, Paulie, give us a drum roll, would you please? We're getting ready to make it official. Come on, Paulie.
What a remarkable. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these kids for a big round of applause. Yeah, first, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank everybody for the opportunity to come up here. I've been just astounded with the quality of the cattle, the professionalism of the students. Boy, these kids have made it really fun on me the last couple of days. It's been mentally challenging because they've had a lot of quality, and it's certainly been tough decisions throughout those couple of days, but I've really enjoyed the opportunity up here. It is difficult to overstate how much fun I had the last couple of days. So thank you for inviting me up here, giving me an opportunity to work with your young people. It's meant the world to me. I would ask everybody, if you get an opportunity, I'm so impressed and enamored with this event. I think it has just been well ran, and it's a first-class event. Just such a great opportunity to showcase your guys' cattle, to get your kids a chance here for the ring. So if you get an opportunity, please thank some of the volunteers that made this happen. Running a show is very time-consuming. It's a very thankless event, and in fact, sometimes you put yourself in line to get a few butt chewings, and we don't do a good enough job of telling people we appreciate what they're doing, because I promise you, everybody that is volunteering their time to be a part of this organization, they're doing it for the right reasons. They're doing it for the kids. They're doing because they know what a profound impact showing cattle can have on youth development and on these students here. And so if you get an opportunity, please thank these folks, because this has been just such a remarkable event. You guys are blessed with a beautiful facility up here. Obviously, I've been fortunate to get judged a lot of places across the states, and I'll tell you that these set of cattle that I've had a chance to judge today would stack up very favorably anywhere you would go. So I've been really impressed with the caliber of the cattle. It's too bad we only get to pick 2 of them. But I'm going to go ahead and talk about a few of them. I wish we could do a top 5, but a few of them that are kind of rolling around in my head here in contention. The first one is going to be that Angus heifer. It's always interesting, sometimes the one that you see, the very first animal to come in the ring, to set the bar that high is awfully impressive. And I don't know if I can do justice to how good looking that heifer is from the side. She is as picturesque from the profile as you make them. If I sat down and to draw a picture of what I think they should look like, I don't know if I'd have the hand talent or the artistic ability to sketch out something that would look this lethal from the profile. That heifer is so slim about her head and neck, so alert in the way that the manner that her neck ascends out of her shoulder blade. She's got a deep swoopy belly, and her hip and hind leg posture is just absolutely incredible. It's not only aesthetically pleasing and attractive from the profile because she's level-hipped and stout bone, but she plants it with so much conviction and security. Now, I think that heifer is absolutely incredible in that regard. In a perfect world, if we're going to make her even better, I'd dial her back just a fraction the angle to her shoulder. But boy, that heifer is one that is in a league of her own, and from a quality perspective, I think she's very, very good. The Crossbred heifer is another one that I think's in contention here, and I like that heifer a great deal. She's kind of on the opposite sides of the spectrum. That heifer is so bold and dense in terms of the way that she's made. We think about just breeding cattle. Generally, when we start packing a lot of punch and dimension into cattle, they're going to get coarse and they're going to get piecey, and they're not going to compose themselves in a collected fashion. This heifer is so organized in the way that she embodies all that power, to be strong spine, to be good in her top line. Her chest force sets up in her relative to her midrib. It makes her look like she runs uphill, and then that heifer to just be an absolute outlier for power, to still get out here and catch her step every time, I think is really impressive. Now, she does have a dab more shoulder that comes along with the fact that she's got that extra power. She maybe isn't just perfectly flexible in terms of her joints, but I think that heifer is very, very sound. I think to me, I'm always kind of thinking about structure on a sliding scale, just almost like if you're drafting NFL prospects, right? I don't expect a 300-pound lineman to have the same 40 time as a 180-pound cornerback. This heifer here is built like a 300-pound lineman, and she's still going to have like a 5.040, so she's really good in that regard. Then the other heifer that I got in contention out here is the Simmental. I like both the purebred Simmentals, or the champion and reserve. I thought that was one of those coin flip pairs. The reserve was so fresh and elegant in terms of her look, and just awesome from a composition standpoint. My favorite heifer in the show from a structural standpoint is this black and white heifer. I thought she she was built just absolutely problem-free in her structural build. And we all like mating cattle, we all like breeding them, and when they're built like this from a structure standpoint, you can pretty well open up the catalog and pick a bull, because if she's so sound, she's going to click with a wide cross-section of sires. She's huge-bodied, really neat in terms of her head and neck, and extremely practical in terms of her make. Now, she's not blessed with that high-quality hair coat as some of these other heifers out here, but more than anything, if I'd clean her up, it'd just be to change her from a condition standpoint. She's getting a little chubby down there through her chest. I think that heifer's got a very bright future in front of her. We just got to get a little meaner with the feed bucket and get her leaned up a little bit, because I think her structural correctness is out of this world good. So those are kind of the ones that I've got here in contention, folks. Again, thank you for the opportunity to have me up here. I've had so much fun the last couple days. I'm not telling you what I like is by far the official, this is how they just have to go. When the cattle are this good, it's going to come down to personal preference. All right, all I've tried to do is describe the differences that I see and give you an honest assessment and let you know what kind of my thought process is on these cattle. So anyway, I've really enjoyed it. I'm going to go give one more look and select a champion reserve. Let's give these kids one more big round of applause.
Well, Eric, let's go with your selection now. I guess he doesn't want to say it. I'll still stick with my Simmental. I really like her a lot, guys. Eric's pick is a crossbred, just so you know.
It is. The Angus heifer. The Angus heifer.
And we were both wrong.
Congratulations. How with your reserve champion female today with Trap Queen from your Crossbred division. Thank you, all of our female exhibitors here today. We will go ahead and do our Supreme Champion Animal class right now. So we need our market animals and our bulls to get to ringside, and we'll bring our top 6 back in, the 2 from each breed, 2 from each division, and we will do a Supreme Champion animal.
Do we want to do pictures now?
Are the steers coming?
Steers aren't here yet.
We can go ahead and do the pictures on these females, and then we'll do our Supreme Champion animals. So we'll do the pictures first. Scratch that. We will do our pictures at the end. At the end. We're looking for our market steers. Champion market animals. Let's have them if they're ready. We have our 3 champions. Let's bring the 3 champions in. Entering the ring now, we have our champion steer, exhibited by Emily Hartle. And our champion bull, which was shown yesterday, exhibited by Over the Top Cattle Company. And our champion female that was just selected, exhibited by Jackson Corner.
Well, we're just coming to the finale here of Spring Forward with our selection of the Supreme Champion animal. We have the Champion Angus female. We have the bull is the Champion Charolais bull. And then the market steer is exhibited by Emily Hartle. Jackson Corner had the Angus heifer, and Over the Top Cattle Company with the Champion bull. So we're going to see what the judge has to say here, and in doing so, I've lost my partner for the day. He had to take off, so we're going to say thank you to everybody, and we'll sign off here. Hope you enjoyed our little commentary and tearing each other apart. Thank you.
Well, folks, we got 3 outstanding champions out here vying for supreme honors. I've been thoroughly impressed with the quality of all 3 of these divisions. If you don't mind, let's put our hands together one more time for all the exhibitors in these shows. It's a great way to showcase some elite genetics out here. Again, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity I've had to come out here and judge. I've been so impressed with this facility, too. You guys are blessed to have such a great place to highlight and showcase these cattle at. This is something, I grew up in the Midwest, and if we had anything that even approximated this show ring, we'd have every show in the state of Illinois in it. So please don't take that for granted either. Be thankful for some of these opportunities that you have up here. I've liked all 3 of these cattle. I think that they're all kind of speak for themselves from a quality perspective. I thought we had a tremendous heifer show, and I thought there was a pair of them that came out of that division that were absolutely deadly. This young man's Angus heifer will be our supreme. Let's put our hands together for them.
Congratulations to Jackson Corner with your heifer REIB Phyllis 336 as our Supreme Champion Animal and Grand Champion Female today. That concludes our show for the year. We'd like to thank our great crew that we have here to put this event on, as well as Nikki, who's been up here all weekend broadcasting for us, our two great people that have been on our online talking all day, Paul Stafford and Eric Rinker. Please tune into the online broadcast. It'll be up on YouTube, I'm sure, to take a look at. That'll be something for the ages, I'm sure. So, yeah, it's been a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing everybody back here in 2025.